but it's nice. I've never been in this room before. I kind of thought it'd be more like vast. I thought it'd be like
You
a
thought
palace.
it'd be grand?
It looks like a palace when it's on the camera, but it's kind of cozy and nice.
I was saying, like, I'm using this as an example of like the type of debate that I think Americans actually do want to watch.
Oh no, I caught a bit of it before coming in.
do want to watch and do want to hear, as opposed to fucking Dana Loesch versus Alan Dershowitz, which is a low bar to begin with. Here, I'm going to run this back again. You want to hear the incredible counter that this fucking loser has here? Let's take a look.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you you lick sniz.
You lick sniz.
Look at his face, bro. Look at his fucking face. Like he thinks he really hit that. He thinks he really fucking hit that hard. You lick sniz. What a fucking loser this guy is. Jesus Christ.
Or religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against
Do the women that you try to...
that they shouldn't,
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I bring...
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did I
your
bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your family into...
This is one of those things where it's like, he is such a aggro, like, trad guy that it's like an own. But in most circumstances, like, who gives a shit? How
Is
many
that why he
people...
dresses like a magician?
Yeah, of course. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Okay.
The more you dress like a magician, the more you dress like a libertarian magician, the cooler you are in this crowd, in this space.
I mean, he looks like the...
you like sniz.
It's like the friend whose parents like never ever made him dress up for anything. Like goes to like your bar mitzvah and like that's like formal.
Yeah, I'm Ezra Klein, and I think the Whatever podcast is doing politics the right way. You like sniz.
You like sniz.
Oh, wow. It's awesome. This chatter keeps saying, y'all are, what is this? Y'all are literally porn brained. Lemefe out. And then their big counter was, y'all are literally porn brained. Lemefe out. This chat, by the way, leme out. And then their fucking incredible counter is a Twitter meme. Left wing destroyed, honestly. Yeah. Thank you, chatter. You did it. You fucking destroyed.
Who is the magician? Is he like a comedian or something?
I don't know what the fuck. I think his previous username was Big Papa Fascist or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, Big Papa Fascist.
I did see that this has like a gazillion views. So I'm,
yeah,
you know,
and even the moderator, who's also another one of these fucking losers, is, you know, even he liked that because he loves the controversy. I
do like the cut to the react to him, like, oh, like,
yeah. But yeah, Charlie is a streamer as well. Enemy Charlie is their name.
I'm sorry to point back.
What is this? Oh, to clarify, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not a lesbian. I'm bisexual. I am also detransitioned 10-ish years ago. IDing as either female to male or as a trans mass lesbian. I just mentioned having an ex-girlfriend during my debate with Wilson, and I guess he latched onto that. Posting this because I don't want to steal lesbian thunder, Lamau, though to be fair, I feel like labels are dumb, and I've historically been so all over the place. It's nothing to me at this point. By the way, how is this unexpected for him? How does he not have a better comeback than that? Because he has a baby brain, and he's not exactly he's not exactly the most intelligent guy. Obviously, you can't be an intelligent person. He's a debate coach. Oh my fucking god!
What? Of like kids?
I don't fucking know. I saw another. They're not a fan of yours, allegedly, for your information, but I think they probably just haven't actually heard any of your real opinions, Lamau. I mean, I don't know. But my point is, these fucking dipshits, like, in order to be a debate coach, they're, like, I mean, all of this is a grift, okay? All of this is a fucking grift. The entire thing is just about yelling at women and getting a bunch of insecure young men, and perhaps even sadder than insecure young men, insecure older men who have the mentality of insecure young men to feel more secure about their position in society by trying to shit on women. It is all vulnerability. Okay? It all stems from vulnerability and a lack of confidence. There is a major crisis in confidence in young men and older men as well. And I think that is where a lot of these problems arise. Okay? Most of these dudes have audiences of young men and older men that have that same insecurities that they've never actually worked on from their teenage years, and it causes them to be super vulnerable and seek out people that will tell them like, no, you're not the problem. The problem is like women are bitches. And it's ironic because like the real reason why a lot of young men, and I would say virtually all young men at some point experience this, especially if they don't have like positive role models, will find themselves looking for answers, right? They find themselves looking for answers about like how to talk to women, for example, how to present yourself, how to carry yourself. And it's very alluring to see guys, maybe not like him, but at least like Andrew Tate or all these other people that are like constantly around women, right? Like, and they start to think like, oh, well, this guy gets it. He figured something out. He's constantly surrounded by sexy babes and fast cars and whatever the fuck, right? They don't realize that this is just like a crafted persona of a bunch of people that have carefully manufactured this identity online and are actively trying to make up for their own personal shortcomings that they recognize. And it gets far worse than this. I think the bottom of the well is like that clavicular kid and the black pill side, because TikTok has basically normalized a shit ton of things that used to be relegated to the darkest corners of the internet, like the black pill subreddits and whatnot, the looks maxing community that I think is unimaginably damaging, right? But you know, the starting point for many younger men in general is just trying to understand, trying to navigate the treacherous waters of interpersonal communication and developing relationships with women. And then they slowly but surely get preyed upon by people like this, who then tell them that the best, most successful thing to do, the best possible thing to do if you want to approach women is to just like shit on them non-fucking stop. Okay? That's the way to do it. Just shit on them all the time. And call them bitches, and then they will want to be with you. Great. Very successful.
Like,
you try
convince
to
them that they shouldn't.
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because
Yeah, everyone got that. Everyone got that from this interaction, from this brief interaction.
you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing with.
Look at his notepad. Hold on. Go back to that. He definitely has some, as somebody who does this in like lectures or whatever, he has some like crazy doodles going.
I can't see from over
Well,
here.
no, you got to play it because it's like
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck,
I definitely
let's
felt
go
that-
through
yeah,
it.
You are
yeah,
not-
Yeah.
What
Like,
is that?
Yeah, what is that?
What are
What
these
is he? Is he
doodles?
just like?
What are you doodling over
Yeah,
there?
thank you. I knew I wasn't imagining things. What is he doing?
Yeah.
If you have gray hair and you're doing that, what's up?
Ay. Pikachu. Yeah, he doodled Pikachu. He's doodling Sniz, drawing a pair of tits.
Yeah, he's doing the Big Lebowski.
Yeah,
drawing.
I love tits. Name a trout, fried him. Yeah, at this point, he just gets like destroyed by anyone that is unafraid to speak on a podium like this. If they're like remotely confident.
Well, any situation where he's like not able to like, you know,
Control
like,
the conversation.
Yeah, or like saw somebody in half, or I don't know, like pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Parker get a job. Counter argument last time. What is this? Oh yeah, this was the other one that I saw as well. This was another viral moment, right? Like his inability to open a fucking jar. God, this stuff is so pathetic too. Like it just doesn't. You know what's funny? This shit doesn't mean anything, but it means everything to these fucking morons. Okay? That's what it is. Andrew Wilson not being able to open a jar after being a misogynistic pig and trying to make fun of Nema for not being able to open it is actually the funniest shit. Like, if he was just like a competent person or a confident person, then his inability to open that jar would not be as severe, right? Because he's the one who's placed a lot of value and a lot of emphasis on, one, not marrying a woman that has 3 different baby mamas, right? Like, that's the reason why it actually hits hard. That's the reason why it fucking hits hard. Normal people don't give a shit about that, right? And the same goes for not being able to open a pickle jar. Like, yeah, sometimes I'm a pretty brolic dude. Is sometimes you can't open a jar. It is what it is, you know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. But he thinks it's the biggest fucking deal.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up.
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
This is so
I do this is a
unpleasant.
little immature. No.
Oh wow.
For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's
This is
slick.
only
it's
wear
a little-
black
See,
shirts.
it is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole
Oh
time.
my
Oh,
god.
your hand greased it. Your hand greased it. You fucking loser. God damn it, dude. I can't believe that there is like any audience for this shit. It blows my mind. I'm glad that there's like more people now dunking on these fucking clowns. But for the longest time, they had this like tight-knit environment where they could basically control all of the discourse. So they would just like have women that they could belittle and yell over. Not to disparage the women that would go on this podcast in general.
No, I mean, I remember
like-
this. I definitely remember this as like a genre before. Like it felt like where it's like edits of like, you know, like some Sneeko style guy screaming at a woman like, "You do sex? Where you gonna talk to me about this when you are like you're a whore or whatever?" Like it's, yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah. Same guy who chirped at that girl when they went on there and apologized to you for going on. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's that one clip because they know I've often talked about how women shouldn't go on these podcasts. And I think there was a HasanAbi head that went on it and on the podcast, like apologized to me for going on it. And then he lost his fucking mind. But yeah,
Fine,
here, let's
here,
watch
high
this
five.
and then we'll see the
Literally,
rest of it.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
no,
here
it
we go.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
I think
Jesus,
that's what
Andrew.
he
If
was
you can't
drawing.
open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive
That
jar.
guy
If you're so
laptop
strong,
is
you
the
should
S
open
sticker.
it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Does anyone have that other clip of him
Grab me a
You're a
freaking
loser,
out?
dude. You stupid.
freaking
loser.
out at the girl?
Hate this.
Oh, so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, I need to dry it.
It's just like you also know the worst part is the top did become greasy because he made it greasy.
Yeah, I know.
He looks greasy.
Yeah, but that's it. Like, it's this attitude where it's like, oh, you're the greasy one. You're the girl. You're a greasy girl.
Stupid girl.
Yeah. He's not used to handling things that are wet. That's funny. Yeah. Someone else opened it for him seconds later too. Oh, that's awesome. You can see him try to wipe his hands before he tries. He knows he's greasy. Does anyone have that other I like that why you're not mad at cops 2 clip? Does anyone have that other the other clip where is this it? Okay, you guys are just sending me fucking people trying to open jars. That's not what I'm looking for. God damn. All right, whatever. We're moving on from this shit. Y'all are fucking washed. Okay, this community is washed. We can't even find clips anymore. The hive mind is no longer hiving as it used to. Well,
I do think it is like really astonishing how they thought like too like, oh, let's make the set for this thing look boring too.
Yeah. Don't be mad at chat being funnier than you. Okay, stop.
Well, did you see the latest news on this that broke within like the last hour?
Yeah, there is.
They leaked the transcript.
Oh, they did?
Oh, no. So Witkoff, so, I mean, it's on Bloomberg, but Witkoff supposedly, I mean, like, I don't know what the transcript says. I haven't read it, but the way that Bloomberg is presenting the story is that, well, here it is for you.
Extremely rare leak of a phone call transcript. I mean, here, we'll start on this first. Ukraine agrees to a peace deal, only minor details left, right?
This,
and in the morning,
this leak suggests that that's not the case.
Yeah, so this morning, when it first came out, was the news was that Zelensky was going to come to the United States of America or like have a conversation with Donald Trump during Thanksgiving, where they were going to basically sign off on this quote unquote peace deal. He cheated on us with Bitty Bitty. Yeah, because you need to be better. Okay, the Bitty Bitty audience is better. All right. But it turns out that there was no imminent Trump-Zelensky meeting. Driscoll to meet the Ukrainians and Witkoff to meet Putin. Trump will meet Putin and Zelensky only when the deal is final or in the final stages. Okay, and here were the details. Over the past week, my team has made tremendous progress with respect to the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never started if I were president. Last month, 25,000 soldiers died. The original 28-point peace plan, which was drafted by the United States, has been fine-tuned with additional input from both sides, and there are only a few remaining points of disagreement. In the hopes of finalizing this peace plan, I have directed my special envoy, Steve Wickoff. I can't believe Chad is still fucking losing their minds over a joke that I made about Billy Billy. Okay, lock in, okay? Fucking lock in, chatters. We're talking about the news now, okay? Jesus Christ. You were proving the fucking point that I was making. Oh, you found the... You found the clip.
What is this filter?
I don't, dude. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, we're it's too late now. But thank you for finding it, chatter. So anyway, a few remaining points of disagreement. In the hopes of finalizing this peace plan, I have directed my special envoy Steve Witkoff to meet with the President Putin in Moscow, and at the same time, Secretary of Army Dan Driscoll will be meeting with the Ukrainians. I will be briefed on all progress made, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. I look forward to hopefully meeting with President Zelensky and President Putin soon, but only when the deal to end this war is final or in its final stages. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter, and let's all hope that peace can be accomplished as soon as possible. It immediately destroyed that previous reporting that speculated that this deal was ready to be finalized, and Bloomberg had the exclusive transcript. Putin advisors discussed plans for dealing with Trump. Transcript. Okay. Senior foreign policy advisor, Russian President Yuri Yushakov. From left, economic advisors, the Russian President Kirill Dmitriev and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff arrived for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin in Moscow in an image supplied by Russian state media. This was back in April 25th, but the call is from October 29th. A phone call between Yuri Yushakov, Vladimir Putin's most senior foreign policy advisor, and Kirill Dmitriev, an economic advisor for the Russian president. The transcript was prepared after Bloomberg reviewed a recording of the call. The original Russian is included below for translation for reference. Okay? Ushakov, hello. Wait, why did they put hello? You could say hello. This is a transcript that has been, like, I guess they wanted to make it more Russian. Hello.
I'll be
Suka bliat. Как дела? Как тебя зовут? Hello.
Oh my god.
Yuri Viktorovich.
I'll be yes,
Okay.
Kirill Alexandrovich. Well, I've sent everything there. We'll talk tomorrow.
Well, great. I flew to Saudi Arabia, but it seems to me it's very important because it's a really good way forward.
Well, we need the maximum, don't you think?
Oh, come
What
on.
do you think?
You don't.
Well, we need the maximum, don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I feel bad doing that.
No.
What do you think? Otherwise, what is the point of passing anything on?
Niet, look. I think we'll just make this paper from our position and I'll informally pass it along, making it clear that it is all informal. And I'll let them do it like their own. But I don't think they'll take exactly our version. But at least it'll be as close to it as possible.
Well, that's exactly the point. They might not take and say that it was agreed with us. That's what I am afraid of.
Niet, suka bliad. I'll say it exactly as you say it, word for word.
They might twist it later, that's all. There is that risk. There is, well, all right, never mind. We'll see.
Yeah, it seems to me you can talk later with Steve about this paper. We will do everything neatly. Thank you so much, Yuri Viktorovich. Thank you so much. Thank you. Goodbye.
There's so much
That's
nicer.
it.
They have such a, that's like so nice.
Okay, so this is the big takeaway from this is what?
Well, the idea, I think this is like supposed to be piece of evidence, but the whole idea is that they, the Russians like essentially claim, or it's what's being claimed is this, that
Yeah,
Witkoff,
Witkoff advised Russia on how to pitch Ukraine plan to
like
Trump.
tell this or whatever. I'll be honest, I don't know. Like, I don't have an immediate opinion on like, oh well, this is overstepping the bounds of diplomacy. Although I imagine Bloomberg wouldn't be packaging it if they didn't think that like this, if they didn't think that the news would like change what's going on.
So one of the judges said, this is why CBS will never win. Yes. CBS
Oh, so
can
we
never.
said the second call because the first
Yeah.
call is one with Witkoff on it directly. So we
Yeah.
did Boris and Natasha.
Also
with,
notable that Bloomberg reviewed a second call involving Putin aide Yushakov. This time, instead speaking to Witkoff, Yushakov talks to Putin advisor Kirill Dmitriev. Interestingly, they are also concerned about the peace plan being viewed as the Russian position.
So this is So this is where it's Witkoff saying directly, "Oh, I like this."
Hold on, I'll open the image in a new tab.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Okay, you can be Steve Witkoff because you're
All
too
right.
concerned about doing the voice.
Well, it's I'm not an ethnic.
All right,
That's all I'll say.
Yuri.
Yuri, here's what I would do. My recommendation.
Please.
I would make the call and just reiterate that you congratulate the president on this achievement, that you supported it, that you respect that he is a man of peace, and you're really glad to have seen it happen. So I would say that. I think from that it's going to be a really good call.
Keep going.
Because let me tell you what I told the president. I told the president that the Russian Federation has always wanted a peace deal. That's my belief. I told the president I believe that, and I believe the issue is that we have two nations that are having a hard time coming to a compromise. And when we do, we're going to have a peace deal. I'm even thinking that maybe we set out like a 20-point peace proposal, just like we did in Gaza. We put a 20-point Trump plan together that was 20 points for peace. And I'm thinking maybe we do the same thing with you. My point is this.
Okay, my friend. I think that very point our leaders could discuss. Hey, Steve, I agree with you that he will congratulate. He will say that Mr. Trump is a real peace man and so. That he will say.
But here's what I think would be amazing.
Okay.
What if, hear me out.
I will discuss that with my boss, and then I come back to you, okay?
Yeah, but because listen to what I'm saying. I want you to say, maybe just to say this to President Putin, because I have the deepest respect for President Putin. Maybe he says to President Trump, Steve and Yuri discussed a very similar 20-point plan to peace, and that could be something that we think might move the needle a little bit. We're open to those sorts of things, to explore what it's going to take to get a peace deal done. Now,
okay, you're getting progressively more Jewish accented with the Steve Witkoff.
Well, one of these things I'm more comfortable with. Can you guess why?
Okay, keep going.
Now, I mean, it's also like, can we make a deal? Now, me to you, I know what it's going to take to get a peace deal done. Donetsk and maybe a land swap somewhere. But I'm saying, instead of talking like that, let's talk more hopefully, because I think we're going to get to a deal here. And I think, Yuri, the president will give me a lot of space and discretion to get to the deal.
I see.
So if we can create that opportunity after this, I talked to Yuri and we had a conversation. I think that could lead to big stuff.
Okay, that sounds good. This sounds good.
And here's one more thing. Zelensky is coming to the White House on Friday.
I know that.
I will go to that meeting because they want me there. But I think if possible, we have the call with your boss before that Friday meeting.
Yeah, before, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, I got your advice. So I discussed that with my boss and then I come back to you, okay?
Okay, Yuri, I'll speak to you soon.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks you.
Bye-bye.
That's good. This is fucked up that they like will transcribe it as like bad English on purpose.
Well, it is like God.
Thanks you. Yes. But okay. I mean, this makes a lot of sense that Steve Witkoff is doing more work to convince Donald Trump than Steve Witkoff is finding himself doing more work to convince Donald Trump than to convince Vladimir Putin. Well, also partially because this quote unquote peace deal is a gift basket for all of Russia's maximalist demands, really. So it does make sense that he has to basically sell this to Donald Trump more than he has to sell this to Putin. Genius move for Witkoff to float this proposal to Putin's top foreign policy advisor on an open line. What could go wrong?
I mean, I think to me, there's a few interesting questions here. The first of which is that like this leaking will be a good test of how much is Witkoff like directly doing what Trump wants specifically, or is the fact that this leaks and Trump sees that this is how Witkoff represents Trump in private, will Trump be upset with that? And it's like hard for me, you know, I'm not, you know, the fact that it got out, like the security piece of it, like we'll see how the facts come out on that. But as far as like the politics of it and how Trump responds, I guess to me the immediate question I have is like,
he might
does
like
Trump,
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I think. Like
he likes being like a fake dictator,
and also he knows. Listen, this guy. What is the most common word in that transcript? If aside from the and you and thank and really and good, the most common word in that transcript has to be deal. It has to be deal. And so my bet, my suspicion is that this is actually Witkoff doing what Trump wants, and that the intendant and that the person making this leak probably knows that, and that what they're intending just to show, obviously, is to like, you know, add more credence to the idea that like, oh, Trump is doing like Putin's bidding, or Trump is like selling out Ukraine and so forth. You know, and if I'm a Ukrainian reading this, I might come to that conclusion too.
Yeah, I mean, there is on the one hand, I think it's on the one hand, there is this scary conclusion that I think a lot of the American foreign policy side of things need to come to, which is that like America doesn't have the same motion that it once did. Like the period of like complete dominance from the dissolution of the USSR,
the century of American motion.
Yeah, it's over. Like we are back in multipolarity, and I would say that it's getting to a degree where it's like even worse than when it was, or not worse, but like it's even more evenly matched than it was during the Cold War. Perhaps even more advantageous for China, given its like connection to the rest of the world in terms of like being a manufacturing hub. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but that's my assessment.
Well, I agree with you. The idea that like, because to me it's always sort of. Like in this moment, it's like obviously the U.S. has more military capacity than any other country by a long shot to do crazy damage, and you know we control shipping corridors through our navy. You know, and China's navy isn't even like it's expanding and developing at a rate far faster than our own.
And it's like our logistics is the most impressive part of it. Like where our capacity to be everywhere around the world in like 48 hours is probably the most.
And like the dollar is like multipolarity is happening, but like the dollar is still also the world reserve currency.
Yeah,
like
China has no seemingly by their own admission has no interest or no ambition, at least for now, to assert any sort of dominance or to tackle the dollar hegemony.
Brendan's here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
think the door's open. Let me.
No, Hannah will get it. But yeah, we need another chair in here. Pull that out. Pull that microphone out. Oh my God, Farley. Yeah, Brandon Fraser, everybody. Yeah.
Here,
It's a baby gate. You
here,
can.
you take the green one. The mic, I meant.
Yeah. All right. We got the
Yeah, we do.
we got the full stack blowback boys in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, let me. Is this better? Oh. I don't know if it's better here this way, but damn, Brendan Fraser looking sexy. Yeah, it's true. Wait, can you speak into the mic? Let's see.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Oh wait.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, it's good. I think. Yeah.
Hey.
Very nice.
Let me see how the guest shot works. I think the guest shot might be a little bit better. It's a little bit darker, but
Cute.
What do you guys? You guys were doing a little Eastern Promises before I got here.
Yeah,
we were doing.
Well, he was like Hasan was really getting when I got to do Borscht Belt, it got easier for me.
Yeah, for me, I wanted to show the audience and those tuning in from home why I'm better than CBS News under the control of Barry Weiss.
I see.
Because Barry Weiss is never going to do accurate renditions of leaked transcript phone calls between Russian officials, you know?
Absolutely.
She might air some sort of calls between Palestinian resistance fighters that are scripted, written in advance very well.
Hello. I am a Palestinian Islamic Jihad guy. I don't know what accent
Hello,
that would
I'm
be.
in Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, and I
They
love
put our base right under the air conditioning.
yeah. I love shooting rockets directly at my own Gazans.
Yeah, no, but now we're back. We were talking about also like how the leak might play or like why it's there, what it suggests, and how like what Hasan was getting at was that like American power is extremely diminished at this moment. Like we can't throw our weight around like we used to. So part of why Witkoff is like doing, he's having this conversation in this way is not just because like Trump is like, oh, Trump is, like licking Putin's balls or whatever, but it's also just because like, yeah, America's not that clouded. And if we want Russia to do any deal at all, like this is how they move. This is how the White House has to move.
Yeah, America's totally chopped. America's totally cooked, and America no longer has the same motion that it did on the global stage. And I think it's a hard thing for people to come to terms with. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I've seen. Like, this isn't even a defense of Donald Trump, but like he doesn't have a lot of options in general, it seems, to enforce his will upon whether he has it or not. He doesn't have a lot of options to get Russia to do certain things. I think there was a point of leverage in the beginning that Biden had that's gone now. And that was directly a consequence of like what the battle lines look like in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military no longer having the manpower to even use the Western gear and equipment that they're shipping over is a point of consideration here. Like the bargain of, does Ukraine basically throw its future generation into the front lines in an effort to ensure a potential victory, but like that's not guaranteed at all? Who knows how well that would work, or are they supposed to come to the table and basically concede to the maximalist demands that Russia is making?
I don't know if did you guys see I think it's former Zelensky speechwriter said, we're never gonna, each successive deal will be worse than this.
Yeah.
Which you could retroactively say meant that every possibility for peace before this that has existed was better than the one that came after. And yeah, probably years ago, this should have been something that
Well,
was...
and it would also then follow that all of the money that we've spent and all of the aid and all of the political will that we've, worked and whipping up to make sure that we could support Ukraine was for naught, because at the end of spending all of these resources, they have even less than they would have had, I guess, like 2 years ago.
Indeed.
People keep saying like Russia still has higher casualties than Ukraine. Yes, but Russia's also like 3 times the size of you. Russia's a bigger country, okay? Like, and especially the way that they have waged war thus far means that if you're the bigger country, you have more people to fucking throw into the meat grinder. Like, I don't understand how people look at the situation and go, well, Russia's losing more people. Okay, but the battle lines have not moved. So it clearly doesn't matter that Russia is losing more people, at least from their perspective, because the battle line, actually, it's not even true to say the battle lines haven't moved. They've only moved further and further into Ukraine.
Yep.
Correct.
So,
well, and also like Russia, like, I mean, there's also a point where all this is irrelevant, because like Russia has by now successfully demonstrated that, yeah, the costs can be high for them. It doesn't, like, they've shown that they're willing to endure that and that they can do it with a far less burden in terms of political capital, at least, than like the Ukraine fight has been in the West, where like, I mean, you look at every country in continental Europe, and the Ukraine war has like touched their domestic politics dramatically. I think probably Germany most significantly and most obviously. It's just kind of crazy to look at this and still point to like, well, we did to take the Brzezinski attitude of like, well, we bled the Russians a lot. Like, to what end?
yeah, I mean, that's like, sure, that's the position of, if you're an American who is invested in the American military industrial complex, then yeah, this is like, who gives a shit how many Ukrainians die, right? Like, that's the Lindsey Graham position. For 5% of our military budget, we've been able to wither away a foreign adversary's troops without a single American active duty service member dying in the process. Like, I'd say that's a good bargain. Those are the words of Lindsey Graham. That is the official position of the American, like, that's the NatSec position, right? And it's channeled by not only Lindsey Graham, but even the likes of like Elizabeth Warren and even Democrats as well, like supposedly progressive Democratic politicians as well. That is the NatSec position. It's bipartisan. But ultimately, if you're invested in preserving the nation state of Ukraine, if you're invested in like having Ukraine as a country, as a sovereign nation, at a certain point, there needs to be a cessation of hostilities, right? So what are you going to do in this day and age, with the set of circumstances that we have? America does not have the capacity, I think, to really punish Russia. And at most, what they could do potentially is try to sever Russia's ties with India, but then India is a bulwark against China, and India actually benefits greatly from being the mediator of like Russian oil and gas into European markets. So they're not going to give up on the leverage position that they have between the United States of America and China. So how much could you force India to basically try and punish Russia, aside from the sanctions that we've already implemented on Russia, which the Russian government has clearly positioned against, knowing full well that this could possibly happen?
You had a little bit more of an ability, like I think of we did a whole season on Afghanistan and the U.S. covert and somewhat overt attempt to sabotage Russia's war, or the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan. But in, as they say, the more multipolar situation we have now, it's a lot harder to whip people into one overwhelming, web of obstacles for a years-long war. And the Soviets also controlled most of Afghanistan. They occupied Afghanistan for the most part, unlike Ukraine, where, swaths of the country, you're not, it's not Gaza. And so you really, it's quite a piecemeal attempt to do what I think we used to be able to do a lot more easily in the Cold War.
And you know, there's the geopolitics of it, right? Like what Brendan was describing in terms of this newer multipolar environment where, yeah, we can't pressure our allies into doing the things that we used to be able to get our allies to do,
because there's an alternative out there.
So that absolutely. And you know, there's also like, even if the alternative isn't there yet, a lot of these countries are not willing to, for example, like foreclose strong relationships with China simply because like the US is trying to bully them into doing it now. I mean, I think Argentina is probably the funniest example of that, because we literally bailed out Milei, and then Argentina now they now export all their soybeans to China. And so China buys their soybeans instead of ours because of the trade war. So Argentina is helping out China, and it's like it's, you know, like the math of this is not as simple as it was before.
Yeah, but
I also think
Besant's friend has his Argentinian debt secured. Like his big gamble is going to pay off eventually.
Well,
they won't default.
I'm sure. I mean, listen.
At least for the time being.
If there's one thing you can say about the Argentinian economy, it's that it will never again go off a cliff.
Yeah.
The other thing though is that, you know, the geopolitics of it, I totally like, that totally registers. The other thing I would add is the technological piece of it, which is that in the days of the Afghanistan war, right, like the Soviet Union had to commit huge numbers of troops. The war incurred its reputation as Soviet Union's Vietnam, not because it's analogous to the Vietnam War as itself, but it's because of the impact it had on veterans and returning people. Like, it exacted this incredibly high social cost.
And the idea that it was a quagmire without
the quag, precisely. But there is also now, like in the Ukraine and Russia war, I mean, we've seen like drones and all of these other ways of having like war being waged technologically, where you can deal damage to human targets and to human beings and to enemy soldiers as well as civilians. But you also like use way fewer, you can expend fewer resources in doing that. And so the whole, like, you know, the drone aspect of this and the other pieces of remote warfare that are now just tolerated are, I mean, it's totally like up to the stakes in terms of blood, and limited our ability to, I think, you know, like, it's like winning a war like that is just a lot fucking harder of a task than it was before.
You are incredibly invested in having Ukraine giving up. This war is not decided, and the U.S. have little leverage to force a complete surrender of Ukraine as a sovereign state. Russia has spent its Soviet stocks of armor and artillery, and the destruction of its oil and gas sector is adding to a recessionary yet inflationary economy. If you want a more nuanced view of what is going on, then watch Perun on YouTube. Okay.
I was reading that. That was just, it was funny seeing some of these comments.
I don't understand how much people just like lean into their pre-established positions. No matter how much the evidence on the ground suggests the exact opposite. Okay. The evidence on the ground suggests the opposite. You can keep saying this is, you can keep saying that, you know, I'm too invested in like Russian resources or something, and I'm like glazing Russia or whatever the fuck you want. But that was unironically what people used to say when I said the initial peace deal that was negotiated early on after the Ukrainian forces were able to deliver a defensive blow to the Russian incursion at the time, when they were like, oh, it's just going to be a 2-week special military operation, and we're able to actually push them back from Kiev, was the highest point of leverage. Okay. And at the time, people were saying that I was wrong to say this, that I was actually fucking so invested in, I was a Russian op. I was so invested in Vladimir Putin's success or anything like that. But it was like, it turns out years later, when you look at it in the fucking rearview mirror, it does actually come across like it was a sound analysis back then. But instead of people actually looking at this with a critical lens, they just keep going along. The counteroffensive is going to succeed, and then it doesn't. And all it does is it kills more Ukrainian people, and it leads to Russia basically digging in harder and harder to the positions that they've taken. Neither side is winning the ground war. You can't say that if you look at the fucking battle lines, chatter. Like, that's it. You can't say that neither side is winning the ground war if Russia has militarily occupied a significant percentage of Ukrainian territory, right?
If you
like, that's just literally every map that you can look at right now on BBC, on American news, when they show like the red Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay. If you were to say Russia will demand more and more territory, I'm with you, right? I understand that. I understand where you're coming from with that. Like I think it's a reasonable suspicion to have. Okay? But ultimately, there is not, bro, it took Russia 2 years to take over 1%. It feels like sports fans.
I mean,
like coping with a fucking team that's losing.
Like, okay, look. Like, I get it, but like he averaged a triple double. No, I look, I think that
it's Chris Paul cuts away at a 43-point lead with a key 3-pointer, you know?
I think I mean, yes, because exactly, it's like, oh, it's stalemated. It's stalemated solidly inside Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
And not only that, but the real significant problem here isn't that like Russia has hardened its positions and dug into Ukrainian territory, which is just the truth. But beyond that, there is a problem, significant problem with desertions. There's a significant problem with like re-upping the front lines with manpower, right? And that is reflected even in the polls inside of Ukraine, where people are basically saying, we don't think there's going to be a reasonable solution to this that is good for Ukrainians in general, but we do want the end to the hostilities. Do you see what I mean? Look, I live a lot closer to the war, so obviously it matters to me than more than to you. Dude, as an American citizen, I'm the most, technically my government's the most invested in continuing this. The fuck are you talking about? That's the reason why I started off by saying like, hey, this is a huge, this is European analysis on this issue, like the bulwark against Russian Soviet era fears, okay? The notion that like Europeans are terrified of Russian incursion. I get it. Okay. I understand. But you know who's the fucking closest to this? Ukrainians. They're the ones who are actually the closest to this. They're the ones who have the most investment because they're Ukrainian. They're the ones who are getting killed. They're the ones whose friends and family members are getting slaughtered. They're the ones whose homes are getting blown up. Okay. You are expanding on it without a guest or anyone that disagrees with you on it. Okay. Well, sorry, I should bring Drew Pavlov on so he can fucking teach me what's what. Or what's his face? What was it? The fucking Russia must be balkanized guy?
Gunther.
Gunther, yeah. We
need Gunther.
We need Gunther.
You actually should get him on.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk to him about this, but just get him on the show.
This is no different than Hamas wanting to cease a cessation of hostilities and people being against it because Israel should be punished. Exactly. And my position on this is consistent, where I was, I'm saying that this is good. Like the ceasefire is good, even if it's like short-lived.
But I find it rich to claim that you, what?
Brother, I'm saying that the United States' ambition here is not the emancipatory needs of Ukrainians being advanced, but instead simply to funnel as many of our old refurbished gear, our surplus military equipment to Ukraine at a price point that actually the military-industrial complex is totally excited by. That's it. That's the American. America is on the right side of this morally, but for the wrong reasons. Okay, so even if you're on the right side of this issue for the wrong reasons, for the wrong ambitions, you ultimately are going to come up with a fucking deal that is horrible for Ukrainians, which is offering additional Ukrainian territory that Russia hasn't even taken on militarily, right? And that's where we're at now. That's where we're at. I don't think it's an appropriate deal. I don't think it's a just deal at all. I don't think you understand. Not gonna lie, Ukraine since the start has been your weakest topic. I know it is. I'm sorry that I'm not giving you.
You actually get the worst marks in Ukraine.
Yeah, I know. People always yell at me over this, and then slowly but surely, but quietly, they turn around and go, "Okay, maybe this was a better time to fucking use maximum leverage." Don't worry, Trump's negotiation power is being used for the best things. What is this?
Oh, this is about the news of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that is actually a W.
I mean, it's listen, if pervy Hollywood executives can make a comeback, who can't?
Yeah. Read Levin Anatol on the actual reality of the Ukraine ceasefire deal absurdly being labeled as capitulation. Note in particular the point about the future limit to Ukraine's standing army. These details don't matter to those opposing. They simply want the war to continue. What is this?
You interviewed that guy, right?
Yeah, and it's
Anatol
all even.
Levin.
He's a blowback guest.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we included it, but
He's at Quincy Institute. He's a Quincy
Okay, yeah, it was
Institute
the
guy.
episode. Yeah, it's a
Season
bonus episode.
Season
Yeah.
4 bonus episode.
Yeah.
Since much of the Western media has absurdly described this as a capitulation of Russia's maximalist demands, it is necessary to point out the ways in which the plan also represents Russian concessions. These are evident in comparison to Putin's aims when he launched the invasion, but also relative to the Russian demands set out in June 2024, which still officially represent Russia's position. Crucially, the plan secures Russia's formal recognition of Ukraine's right to join the European Union, the key issue behind the Maidan revolt in 2013-2014. If Ukraine and the EU can make this a reality, it would anchor Ukraine in the West far more firmly than a NATO membership alone could. In addition, while Russia has previously demanded that Russian be established as an official second national language in Ukraine, the current plan takes a more limited approach. It stipulates that Ukraine will adopt EU standards on religious tolerance and protection of linguistic minorities, and that both countries will agree to abolish discriminatory measures while guaranteeing the rights of Ukrainian and Russian media and educational institutions. This is a very significant concession because my Russian sources told me only last month that given EU's total failure to protect Russian minority rights in the Baltic states, no EU guarantees could be taken seriously. In the plan, Russia also abandons its previous demand that Ukraine cede to the entirety of the Kherson and Zaporizhia provinces and receives only de facto recognition of its control over Crimea and the Donbass. Instead of the immediate suspension of sanctions, Russia receives only the vague promise that sanctions relief will be discussed and agreed upon in phases on a case-by-case basis. The provision for amnesty for both sides has been portrayed as a concession to Russia in order to get cases against Russian leaders at the International Criminal Court dropped. However, Wall Street Journal reports that a senior U.S. official said that Ukraine significantly changed one of the 28 points in the version that appeared online. In an apparent move to expose alleged corruption, the draft had called for an audit of all international aid Ukraine had received. The language was changed to say all parties will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war.
Take that deal. I'll take that deal.
The Ukrainian standing armed forces are to be limited to 600,000 men, but far from being real concessions, this looks like a device to save Putin's face. Ukraine cannot possibly sustain a peacetime standing army of 600,000 men. In any future war, it would call up reserves. Moreover, in the Istanbul talks in March 2022, Ukraine was proposing a limit of 250,000 men. Okay, that I didn't know. That actually is a significantly larger concession on the Russian front, especially considering how much more leverage Ukraine had at that time. But I don't know if that's the correct number or not.
I mean, it's also like it's a burden on Ukraine as well to just take that many people out of the prime working force because to have this larger standing army.
Well, also it seems like they're not actually going to have it. Like,
yeah, like it's very.
They're
like,
already scooping people up in the streets and throwing them into the back.
That's what I mean. Exactly. Like it's like they've already like poisoned the trust of generations in terms of like that. Like it just seems like it's less of a like the numbers are big for sure, but.
On the Ukrainian side, the biggest and most difficult concession by far is agreeing to withdraw from approximately 14% of the Donbass region that Ukraine still holds. Ukrainians have described this to me as completely impossible and said that it would risk a mutiny against it in the army. This proposal, however, softened by the criterion that while the area would come under Russian administrative control, it would be demilitarized and supervised by neutral peacekeepers. And above all, the Ukrainian military must ask whether it is destined to lose this territory if the war drags on and whether it is truly worth asking U.S. support and tens of thousands of lives in a futile attempt to risking U.S. support and tens of thousands of lives in a futile attempt to hold it. Other alleged concessions by Ukraine and Europe are not real concessions at all. It has long been obvious that the promise of NATO membership for Ukraine is empty. Yeah, that's not even a concession. That's just
never not happening.
Yeah, people got real mad about that and Crimea, and I was like, those aren't real concessions. Those are literally things that Zelensky was. Even in the Turkey plan peace negotiation, Zelensky had already conceded to that. And he said, oh, we'll have a referendum 15 years in the future. You're doing that because you want to not immediately concede that it's like, bygone territory. But you're doing that because you want to, full well that it's not going to ever, is not ever going to be discussed, especially given the battle lines currently. And that you want to deal with it. You want to neutralize that point of contention without having Ukrainians assassinate you, right? That was the reason why he was saying that. So, so those aren't even necessarily concessions.
And the rest of this
is a concession though. The Donbass region is the most like ridiculous part of it, and on the Ukrainian part, that's the most aggressive concession that you are forcing Ukrainians to hold on to. And then on the other front, I think Russia's initial demand was like full disarmament, which is ridiculous.
No, that's not happening.
And that is a maximalist position that was never going to happen. And it seems like 250,000 standing troops or 600,000 standing military troops is like a concession that the Russians are making as opposed to demanding that they fully disarm.
I mean, it's direct. I mean, like, it's obviously like directionally toward peace that's where the number moves. But again, I also think like there's a pretty long history of countries like this getting depleted and then like struggling to fill rank. Like it does seem to me that, again, Ukraine, the biggest thing is that Donbass piece. Just if that people, I mean, if taking Anatol's reporting at its word, which is that Ukrainians are incredibly skeptical of being able to pull out of that, just that we hold this land and then we're going to retreat and just hand it over to the Russians. I mean, they'll have to come up with some elaborate or unconventional carrot to make it work.
Yeah. Other alleged concessions by Ukraine and Europe are not real concessions at all. As long been obvious, the promise of NATO membership for Ukraine is empty since all NATO governments have made it clear they will never go to war to defend Ukraine. Something that I've also mentioned over and over again from the start, which is whenever people would come to me and say, Hasan, why won't you listen to the voices being made, the demands being made by Ukraine? I would say, okay, some of those voices understandably are demanding a no-fly zone. Why is that a non-starter for America? They're also demanding that Ukraine be defended by NATO military members. Why is that a non-starter for Western countries? The reason why it's a non-starter is because of nukes, okay? That was always a non-starter. They were making those demands as well. Those were righteous demands. Those are understandable demands, the demand for help from the Western world. And yet, weirdly enough, that was a non-starter for Western nations. They never even entertained it. And the reason why they didn't entertain it is because they did not want to start a potential nuclear holocaust with a nuclear armed nation. Okay? Anyway, similarly, the bar on NATO troops and hence the European reassurance force in Ukraine is meaningless because most European states have refused to take part in such a force. British officials, the chief advocates of the project, have even admitted that no British ground troops would be sent and that the whole idea depended on a U.S. backstop, which Trump will not provide. This was Keir
awesome.
Starmer, who literally said, yes, we're going to send 20,000 troops, some of our best men, which, no, he wasn't. And then he quietly said, well, only if the United States allows us to do so. And that also was never going to happen. There's also, you have to remember, like, there's political considerations for these countries as well. They already are experiencing an energy crisis in their own countries. They already have like domestic concerns that they have to worry about with like nationalist forces rising within the European continent and all of these other European nations. And I think like saying we're going to send troops to Ukraine to defend Ukraine without even American aid or American support is going to be a complete non-starter. There's just no shot unless you want all of these countries to be like run by at least aesthetically pro-Russia fascists, which historically they've been pro-NATO, the fascists in Europe, but it'll be like a Maloney-style situation.
Yeah, they'll campaign on.
Yeah, they'll campaign on. They'll use a pro-Russia position or no war with Russia as a position to fucking win favor with the public and actually come into positions of power, even if they don't actually end up being pro-Russia when they're in office. Because, like, obviously, for European fascists, especially in the Cold War, NATO was the only game in town that restored their power in all of these countries. It's just too much speculation. Yeah, of course, I'm doing political commentary about what could potentially happen. Of course, I'm speculating. It's analysis. It's you can disagree with it, but you have to tell me why you disagree with it. And so far, all of the disagreements come from people who say, "Oh, you're offering a cold hard analysis that I don't want to fucking hear. I want you to tell me that like Ukraine is actually capable of militarily defending its own borders and even push back the Russian forces. They just need a little bit of time." This analysis is exactly, or this commentary is exactly what the media has been saying over and over again for the past couple of years now, and it has literally failed time and time again. That's it. Yeah. You'll notice the voices shouting down this latest chance for peace have no alternative plan. They're angry this wasn't the Hollywood war fantasy they wanted and subject Ukraine to more destruction out of petulance. it's basically the same as like the Danish guy that we listened to yesterday, who went on Channel 4 and was like, we have to take matters into our own hands. We have to take matters into our, He literally was like, we have to take matters into our own hands. We have to defend Ukraine with our own militaries. If America's not going to step up, we're going to step up. It's like, if you're going to, if you're gonna fucking separate yourself from American hegemony, why the fuck would you do that for this and not for like a million other instances where the Rasmussen Global ex-Danish prime minister saying, you know, we really have to separate ourselves from America only on this front, but not on like, you know, tariffs, or not on securing better relationships, or at least like leveraging the relationship you have with China to secure more favorable fucking deals with America in the way that like BRICS nations are doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy that Europe won't even entertain that. I don't understand how comfortable they are being vassals to Donald fucking Trump.
Doing. I mean, like Germany is like developing and like rapidly expanding its trade relationship with China. Like it's complicated. Like the European states talk a huge game about freezing out China and all this stuff, but that's not what trade balances reflect. And you know, moreover, I also think that like part of what, at least with this Ukraine stuff, like these leaks, for example, at this point, it probably isn't about actually changing the outcome of what happens so much as it is about exacting like maximal political consequences on, you know, your opponents, like making Witkoff and all these people, like entrenching in people's minds the idea that like, oh, these people with Russia, whatever, like, and also in the case of these European states too, like these people are, you know, aligned with pro-Ukrainian interests and are, you know, or at least like arms companies or whomever, and are not exactly in a position to suddenly like flip the switch in the other direction just because the facts have told them to. You know, sadly, that's not really how it works.
What do we do when he leaves?
We can keep talking. They still keep watching.
I just got back from Joshua Tree.
Oh yeah, wait, how was it?
That's why I'm sorry I'm not pitching in as much. It was good.
Yeah.
There for 2 days. It's nice. Went on a hike. Nice clear sky here.
What'd you
Unlike back
watch?
in our foggy, smoggy New York City. What
did you guys watch?
While we were in the...
Yeah. I assumed you watched something.
We watched a lot of Mystery Science Theater.
Nice.
That's Libby and I was visiting my friend.
Yeah, Libby, she streams.
She streams. Check out her stream on libtron.twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv/libtron. Close this stream. Just hit the X button immediately, and go watch Libby, our friend Libby's stream.
Yeah, it's nice, folks. We're both here. Noah and I are both here. You're only here for like another day, right?
I'm here for another few hours.
Okay, yeah,
and then
I'm here for the rest of the week. But it's nice. I've never been in this room before. I kind of thought it'd be more like vast. I thought it'd be like a palace.
It'd be grand.
It looks like a palace when it's on the camera, but it's kind of cozy and nice.
Yeah, is a normal.
Oh, so are you hungry yet, Hasan?
Wait, what is this? Raid her? What is happening?
Oh no, our friend Libby we were talking about.
Oh, they're like,
I didn't mean to.
You have to raid her right now. She's not even live.
No, she's not even going to be on this week. Sorry.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The words "raid her" are
chatters are so funny. They're like, yeah, end the broadcast. End the broadcast right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, things that do not have the same meaning in 2025 as they did in 1099.
Yeah. Oh, we got some fans in here. Yeah, she plays Soulsborne games. Yeah, they already know.
They know the score.
Offline raid her now. End the broadcast right now. Right at this very moment.
Yeah. Wait, Hasan, do you want to have lunch yet?
Not very hungry at the moment, but
then don't worry about it.
Did I get a soda?
But yeah, of course. What do you mean? What kind of question is that?
Again, it's my first time
here. This other side. Oh, you got it. Oh, it's all zero sugar.
I had a Mr. Pibb yesterday.
Wow.
Hadn't had one of those in a long time. Basically Dr. Pepper.
It is just Dr. Pepper. I was trying to remember what it tastes
novelty
like.
To it. Sorry, I've thrown us off global politics.
Anyway, but as far as like Ukraine goes, what I'm trying to explain here is that I don't even think that America has enough political power to to force Ukraine, or not force Ukraine necessarily, sorry, to force Russia to concede to whatever the fuck they want Russia to concede to. I don't even know if they want Russia to concede. And if you're talking about like whether or not they're sincere, only time will tell, especially because Russia has shown that they're insincere in their ceasefire demands in the past. The last time that Vladimir Putin was basically dangling a ceasefire deal in front of Donald Trump only to basically turn around, right? Like it was,
Yeah, I mean,
like if you recall, the last time there was even talks about a ceasefire negotiation, that was simply for Russia to continue advancing its position and then getting Donald Trump to undermine Ukraine on the global stage, and even at different points, get the American forces to retreat, like in their with their surveillance tech. Like there was a cutoff of like arms trades or arms deals for a brief moment for Ukraine, and that was very clearly Russia maneuvering around Donald Trump's inability to deal with the situation and the confidence that he had in his own, I guess, relationship with Vladimir Putin. To undermine the Ukrainian position further.
Well, it's reflective of where obviously the Trump administration is, but therefore where the American state is, that there was this assumption, I think, that a personal relationship, an individual like tete-a-tete, is going to be the difference between war and no war, rather than the, network and like just the tendrils creeping over every single aspect of the global economy, American economy, that are, there are deeper reasons for this kind of thing. And obviously day one, he did not negotiate an end to the war. We talked about this with the Israel stuff. You do, from this angle, look like the cop from Weapons.
I've said that.
Alden Ehrenreich?
Yeah.
I'll take that. He's a good-looking man.
You
look like Frankenstein.
God, fuck.
So we talked about this when we talked about Israel the past few times, is like, I don't think I agree with people who say it is wholly kayfabe that America and Israel disagree, and that all these trips that diplomats take over there are just for their health. there is a waning of American power. We all know that, and it applies to keeping a rather, let's say, dodgy ally, an ally that spies on you and sabotages you and humiliates you constantly, like Israel, whom you also do share interests with. I'm not denying that. And it applies to the same, not wanting to lose that ally, however shitty they are to you. Mm-hmm. Same deal when it comes to thinking that you can just have a personal rapport with the other president and bring something like the Ukraine war to an end. It's just, it's maybe that even could have been relied upon 15 or 20 years ago with a little bit more institutional chunk to it, but certainly not now.
You can't freelance that. No. I think there's that piece of it. I mean, in general, I think a lot of people talked a huge game about how quickly they thought this would come together. Just if you had, we got the motivated party. Is there Trump wants a deal, Putin wants a deal, it'll just come together. And it's like, there are wars where people are far closer together on the actual terms of it. And patrons are same as well, et cetera. And like the negotiations, don't work out or take forever for a whole variety of reasons. I mean, it took years for the Vietnam War to end. And Americans were at the negotiating table for the better part of a decade.
I mean, I remember when libs were saying, "Oh no, the Ukraine war will end because Trump is so tight with Putin." Like that's what I mean. It's not just the Trump administration.
Yeah,
there was a collective idea at this stage of America's rot, that everyone kind of agreed that it would be hashed out between two, in the libs' mind, two gang leaders, and in the minds of Trump people between two elder statesmen. And it's just not how things typically work.
And also, like, there was this like whole, I mean, at least to me, one of the things that is like unresolved itself is also like what this like Ukraine is itself. I mean, it's another good point is like something that we obviously emphasize in Blowback is that like so-called vassal states are rarely ever often just like totally like limp appendages of the countries that fund them. Like domestic politics in Ukraine do matter. And like the clear like ongoing competition for power at this point, kind of what it seems like to succeed Zelensky or to end things in whatever the coalitional rearrangement that has to happen there. it does seem like also that's been like pretty neglected in our media, at least beyond just like the periodic things like, oh, it turns out this really senior guy.
They do bring that up now. And that to me is a telltale sign that that they are also coming to terms with like forcing Ukraine's hand to a shit deal that will violate whatever Ukrainian sovereignty could have existed. Because like you start seeing pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a shit ton of articles about how there was corruption in Ukraine. If you recall, there was also coverage on like the Azov battalion that even led to like legislative action to basically deny weapons transfers to the Azov battalion because they were like open neo-Nazi, stuff like that, right? Whereas obviously in the process of the Russian invasion, all of that went away. And then now you're seeing...
You mean it went away in the coverage?
Yeah, it went away in the coverage, exactly.
Yeah.
But now you're kind of seeing Western outlets, American media still like bring back, the corruption charges against Zelensky and in their coverage and stuff. And I think that is a way for the State Department to change their priorities with or change their attitude about what to do with Ukraine. And that's the media coverage shifting reflects America's priorities shifting as well.
Yep.
That's what it's to pressure the Ukrainian side to basically play ball with whatever. That's a whole pound, by the way, of chicken breast kebab, like an entire pound.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just glanced at it. Then I could just split. So
Do you want just like a regular plate?
Yeah, just
of chicken.
Exactly. Sorry.
Okay. No. Don't apologize. Do you want a whole pound? I can get you the whole pound.
No, I'm good on a whole pound. I'm humiliating myself.
Okay. What do you want on the
now I'm embarrassed. I can't.
What do you want on the
pound.
side? Choose entree one: rice pilaf, bulgur pilaf, steamed veggies, potato fries, hummus, mutabal. Okay, and then the second entree is again Muhammada cabbage salad, Armenian salad, fatu salad.
I could do the cabbage salad, please.
Okay, and then you can make it kashka style or yogurt style if you want. The chicken shish kebab.
Yogurt style might be good, actually.
All right, we'll do it yogurt style for you. Okay.
Style. Thank you.
No problem. No, I got a pound for myself, but I just wanted to make sure that he knew what he was getting into because he just like added that on.
I just saw chicken, clicked it.
You look like three nice Turkish boys. True. This is the alternative universe.
We're gonna look even more Turkish when the food gets here.
That is true. Well, and we also look I think we may all look the same, but we are all also we're different backgrounds.
I don't think we look the same as him.
No, whoa, wait. What do you know? You saying we look really?
That's very flattering if they mean that.
I think we do. We look like
I think
different
it's more
variants. They were saying
thing,
you guys look
not
like
the Adonis thing.
You were looking. They were saying you look like my brother. Like they were. This is like different variants.
This is a discourse.
Yeah, I'm Muslim Turkish. Where are you from originally? Aside from New Jersey.
Like a mix of like European trash.
Yeah. Ashkenazi.
Like just Jew.
Ashkenazi Jew. And then you're what?
A little bit all over. A bit of Eastern Europe, Irish, from both sides of the family. Croatian.
Yeah, we got all the different variants. Someone said Israel. Come on, chatter. Jesus. Anyway,
not here.
Yeah, somebody said at 160p we all look related, and that's what I meant when I said we look alike. Not that we look alike.
If you blur the image enough.
Exactly, you squint.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the potential Ukrainian deal at play here.
New Epstein stuff.
And every single time I talk about it, people yell at me and say, "This is my worst point of analysis. I'm weak on this front." And then they never follow up as to why that's the case. Like they will never just be like, "Here's why you're wrong."
It's funny seeing people jump. If I was reading them right, it's funny seeing people jump down the throat. If you say, you talk about corruption, you talk about the genuine Nazi problem, as if it's just like
it's Russian propaganda.
As if it's like, okay, well, with Iraq, it was very difficult to avoid people talking about the genuine crimes of the Saddam government. And somehow insist that meant you couldn't talk about the illegality and evil of the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
There's somehow when you're not supposed to mention any of that when it comes to Russia's invasion was not.
I mean, I get hit on that front too, though. When I talk about like Venezuela or Maduro, and I say that it's a red line to do any sort of like military incursion in Venezuela, regardless of whether Maduro is unpopular or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then people will yell at me and say I'm actually offering like legitimate reasons as to why Venezuela must be destroyed by people to the left of me on the anti-imperialist flank.
Right.
But in any case, that's it. That's the peace deal seems not to be as close as previously presented, and that Witkoff is seemingly more invested in trying to
media
get
reporting that Ukraine has apparently accepted
Trump to look good in this process with a position that's like more favorable to Russia, in my opinion. Hi, Dumbfuck here. So was a neo-Nazi thing just Russian propaganda? No, of course it wasn't Russian propaganda.
It was reported on plenty before the invasion.
You can also say that like Russia has a neo-Nazi problem in its forces as well, which is also true. There's neo-Nazis on both sides of this conflict.
I don't know if the Russian does have far right idiosyncratic Nazi style guys, but I don't think they're at the quite have made
it's
the
not,
trip
it's not
to
the
the
same.
commanding heights of the government and military the way that has happened over Ukraine, including, by the way, a process that was sped up during this war as well.
Yeah, you could say that like the hyper nationalist like Duginist attitude is it's not like Russia is a socialist country, and they are engaging in irredentist action. So you could literally say that the Duginist mentality is also not dissimilar to like some kind of nationalistic mythos that you see from fascists. But as far as like a straight line to like Nazi collaborators historically, you can draw a direct parallel with like a lot of the self-described fascist forces that have made that obviously had their positions emboldened in the aftermath of the Russian invasion.
Also, it's not just like neo-Nazis like as like this like esoteric segment thing. It's like, I mean, like, Stefan Bandera, national hero, stuff like that. Like, it's not like, again, like, I don't think it behooves anybody to get in a debate. I was like, well, there's Nazis on the right, or like Nazis in Russia and Nazis in Ukraine. It's more that like, well, one, which government is funded by my tax dollars? And also to the idea that like, there is like a particular cultural heritage. I mean, it's not, again, like Russia is historically also Russia is historically also the site of a lot of anti-Semitic violence.
I'm not going to look at the chat anymore.
My disagreement with you on Ukraine is that, in my opinion, you do not consider any of the levers of the pro-Ukraine alliance has to improve their negotiating position. Of course, it will end with concessions and a deal, but you seem to resign yourself to whatever the current deal someone puts out is. I just don't think that even the current deal that we have is going to be implemented. I'm a much more cynical person on this front, because I think I see that America does not have any kind of fucking levers to pull any longer, and that we are at the mercy of whatever Russia chooses to do. That's how I see it. That's it. I think it's a sober assessment on the things that have happened so far.
Bandera is a anagram for Brendan, by the way. I just realized that.
Yeah.
There's actually
we have three main levers: high range weapons, intelligence sharing, and cutting off oil and gas. Okay. High range weapons we have shipped over. That doesn't actually change the battle lines, though. It just makes,
that's awesome.
You just kill more.
Remember the Podesta plan, the 3-part plan to defeat ISIS? Yeah, it's giving that.
You got high range weapons, right?
High range weapons.
Then you have intelligence sharing, which we're already doing. Let's say we do more, right? We do more high range weapon sharing, more intelligence sharing. As far as cutting off oil and gas goes, that's the most consequential one beyond like punishing.
Hey, Europe, want a depression?
Beyond punishing Russia. And that is the most effective tool of undermining the Russian economy and crippling the Russian economy. And yet that is a like beyond what we've done so far in terms of like the mother of all sanctions or whatever. There's a reason why they haven't been able to move past that point, because all of the other allies all the other countries that are that have leveraged positions with Russia and the United States of America, or even with China, are not going to take that on.
I just have to.
India being the main one that I'm talking about, like or Kazakhstan, India, like these are entry points into the Russian economy, and they're benefiting greatly being mediators in this process. We have also not engaged with India. I think you're wrong. If you think that we haven't engaged with India, you're wrong. And as far as not engaging with China, I agree with you. I think that has always been at least my perspective, which is to offer China certain things so that they will come to the negotiating table as a senior partner in this coalition. Maybe you guys will disagree with me on this, even though it's an advantageous position for China to just basically kick back and trade max, as long as you can offer them certain things. Like as long as the American government can offer them like sanctions relief or any number of different things that China prioritizes, I think they would be willing to play ball and also force Russia's hand into coming to terms with like a ceasefire negotiation that's more manageable, that they actually will follow through on.
It's unclear. I mean, China, as you say, has been. I think in the very beginning they issued some kind of vague support for Russia, knowing that there would be backlash against.
They
the
did
invasion.
like a strategic embrace, like right after the invasion. There was like a big, like it wasn't like it was a way of saying we're on your side, but we're not like jumping in to support you like in this particular.
But the further it got from that initial starting point, the more they just basically, essentially withdrew any kind of actual possible support for Russia, even though things got worse in certain moments. I mean, we're all yapping here. I just find that the idea, it's like, well, we haven't tried, and then name 3 things we've tried.
Yeah, we have done that.
And then also cutting off oil and gas. It's like cutting off, I mean, like as if that is not, you're talking about this like as you flip a switch and then you throw off, one of the major sources of energy for the world, most notably Europe.
And that was an advantageous position. That was an advantageous position for American gas providers. Like they already...
Yeah, LNG.
They already started supplying LNG from America to the best of their ability. But what you fail to consider is the political what you are not looking at is the political considerations, both on the European side, but even on the American side as well. Because then you have less power to, I mean, we have no control over the oil and gas giants in our country anyway, but like now they have a new market. Now they have a new market. It's beneficial for them. It's great for the companies, but it's not necessarily great for the American population. And it's certainly not great for the Europeans that are getting a higher price point, that are not getting the same oil and gas supply. Then you have an inflation. Then you have an inflationary crisis in all these other European countries, and that creates political instability further. So that's it. That's a major issue. That's a major consideration. That's why I'm saying that like. This is advantageous for China in many respects, which is why you have to offer them treats. The one thing that hasn't really been tried is trying to bring China to the table to get the senior partner in this coalition to come to terms with like a managed negotiation, a real ceasefire. My main point is that there's still more that can be done. We have very limited in some of these fields. I understand the limitations, but there's more that can be done, and Trump and Europe won't do to improve the negotiating position. They're selling out Ukraine for a worse deal than they could make.
I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, the U.S. is always going to sell you out. I hate to sound like this is all a sort of, formula that is now just we need to accept as being applied to an
it's
entire
the fake
population.
Kissinger quote.
What's that?
It's the fake Kissinger quote. To be America's enemy is bad. To be America's ally is worse.
Right.
It's not a real Kissinger quote, right?
I that sounds apocryphal.
That sounds it sounds like something he would know not to say.
It sounds like a spin on the real ones, like it's a pity they can't both lose
about Iraq, yeah.
But don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on the quote.
Yeah, to be a U.S. enemy is brutal. Being a U.S. ally is lethal.
It's
fatal.
And also, like, I mean, the president of America is Donald Trump. Like, I agree with you that, like, yeah, like, it would be great if American diplomatic leadership was, like, run by grown-ups at this moment, but, like, pretty clearly.
But even on the Biden administration, I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm not holding them as like a better
I'm not
alternative.
saying you are, but NATO was never going to be on the table. This was obviously supposed to bleed Russia. It was Afghanistan in the 80s, part 2. And that was the calculation from the beginning. No one ever actually thought this was going to result in anything but bloodletting on both sides, enough to punish Russia, enough to, eventually bring Ukraine to the table, given that it's always going to have been outnumbered.
And a very particular kind of hubris, right? Actually, I do think that they believed that even if it wasn't going to resolve soon, that the arc of this conflict would ultimately favor them because Russia idiot, Russia is like inferior, Russia unable to compete.
I just wish you had the same kind of smoke for Russia that you have for Israel. Right. I also feel you are at least slightly defeatist. Nothing is certain. This is what it all comes down to. This is what it all comes down to, which is that like
armchair generals.
You want me to be like, no, you're right. Ukraine is capable of defending itself all the way to the last man. That's what you want to hear me say. That's it. No one ever fucking says this about the ceasefire negotiation. That's bullshit. When I'm still saying that it's a good thing overall that there's a cessation of hostilities with respect to Israel continuing its like full-blown genocide, right? And you also have to remember, we are arming and funding the Ukrainian side. We are arming and funding the Israeli side, perhaps more significantly, as a matter of fact, than we are arming and funding the Ukrainian side. The entirety of the Western world, in many respects, moved away from Ukraine quickly as a direct consequence of how much they redoubled their efforts to allow Israel to finish off its genocidal project in Gaza. So there's also that as well. But ultimately, like I said, this is, it doesn't seem to me like you're upset. You're more so upset with like what you are hearing rather than whether or not my analysis here is incorrect. That's it. Yeah, and I don't think that like the equivalence here would be if I was saying that like Hamas has the capacity to militarily defeat Israel and they should keep fighting, And that's never been my position. Yeah, they don't like your tone, not your analysis.
The American peace proposal. Let's talk to our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, and our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, with me in the studio here. So, Alex, to you first of all. So this is, it seems like we've moved forwards, according to American media, but we're not clear whether this is just a slight embellishment on what we knew last night. Tell us where we are with what we know about what Ukraine has agreed to.
Well, it is all fairly unclear. What is clear is that President Zelensky and the Ukrainians are in a difficult position, obviously have been for 11 years since the Russians invaded Crimea and then the full-scale invasion. But this appears to be the answer to what Trump is putting forwards with his initiative. We're hearing, I'll just read you these lines, Rustem Umerov, the National Security Advisor.
So Gaza should sign the peace deal that would give Israel control over its land. It's already out of the hands of the Palestinians. That's the point. That's my sober analysis on that, is that like there's not more that the Palestinians can do. Also, as I have repeated over and over again, what will happen in Donbass and in other regions of Ukraine is not dissimilar to what like Hamas is doing as an insurgency against the domineering occupational forces. That's most likely what it's going to look like, funded, unlike Hamas, funded by Western intelligence as well. So that's most likely what's going to happen, to punish Russia's occupation to the best of their ability and make it as difficult as possible for there to be a permanent occupation of Eastern Ukrainian territory. But that's it. That's very different than state versus state warfare, though.
I don't want to jump down anyone's throat just for making an analogy, because, sometimes they're useful. The idea that this is something you can just one-to-one, as if Ukraine has been occupied by Russia for the past better part of a century, that they have had the keys in terms of, especially with Gaza, in terms of water and food.
No, you don't understand. Palestinians also had nuclear, the Israeli nukes in the same way that Ukraine did. The codes were in the codes were in Tel Aviv, but they had the nuclear stockpile.
And they just, even as you just mentioned, the asymmetrical nature of the warfare. I mean, this is just, you can't just say, oh, so you're saying that in Gaza, X, Y, and Z, just like this. It sounds foolish. I'm sorry. It's just, these are not comparable conflicts in most ways that you're trying to put the square peg in the round hole. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Come up with something else.
Just as like our allegiance is entirely on the opposing side here. It's like if America was like funding the Russian incursion into Ukraine as it's funding the Israeli genocide of Palestinians after 80
Someone
years
saying
of
Ukraine
apartheid and
was
occupation.
occupied by Russia for the better part of a century.
I know. When I heard
Sorry,
you, when I heard
lost
you,
me. I'm out.
when I heard you say that, I was like, somebody is going to reply.
Yeah.
I hate that, but people get so mad at that. They make it seem like that is the case. Like it's.
Well, you know, they can.
Whatever. I'm out. It's
They
fine.
can-
There's a planetary difference between us.
Yeah,
then.
yeah,
I can't get
It's
into
just-
it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. It's the same chatter who was critiquing you. I know. You're right. Yes, it's the same.
Free tip, critique, not a verb.
Yeah.
A US official say that there is now an understanding
impact,
on a
too.
proposal that has been reached, but details still need to be worked
Sometimes
out.
when I do engage in this discourse, though, I'm like, maybe America should actually militarily engage so we can just die in a nuclear holocaust. Like, I think I'd rather die in the nuclear winter with the fucking final "I told you so" as like the nuclear sponge. The 5 states in the United States of America are eating the first barrage of missiles.
It's
and
a
I'm
nice
just
thought.
sitting here going, hey guys, what happened? I can't believe this would have. I can't believe the thing that I said was going to happen is happening right now. Well, anyway, signing off because I can see the fucking mushroom cloud from outside of my window. Well, but at least I don't have to fucking deal with you dipshits anymore. So fuck it, you know? You would be streaming? Oh, 100% I'd be streaming.
Do you have a plan? You know, like CNN, like Ted Turner made
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Which is beautifully parodied in Gremlins 2. CNN on Ted Turner's instruction had a tape they were going to play if the missiles were in the air, and it was like a military band playing, you know, some old standard.
Yeah, my thing is I'm just gonna offer analysis till the very last moment.
Oh, that's
No. You'll finally play video games on stream.
Yeah, no, you should play. You should jump on. You know,
be like,
Helldivers.
hey guys, there's like a million people tuning in to watch the
you're just
very last
playing-
moments, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Today, actually, I'm gonna finally play a video game.
We're doing
okay?
Final Fantasy 14 for 72 hours straight.
Yeah, IRL Mushroom Cloud stream. Let's fucking go. Yeah, Fallout Ghoul Arc after. Yeah. The streaming picking up Will and Caroline from the fires was diabolical levels of content brain. I did do that during the wildfires.
That's pretty good content. I mean, but that like.
What do you mean? You evacuated people?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I mean,
like a Resident Evil or something.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny live streaming, like, you know, like a zombie or vampire apocalypse or whatever.
I think someone made a movie about that.
It has to by now.
No, there was George Romero. Unfortunately, one of his last movies was called like, it wasn't Stream of the Dead, but it could have been, and it was just like found footage of people being like, we're streaming to the viral network, and it was just another shitty zombie movie.
Yeah.
But you know, you could remake that maybe.
So let's rewind a little bit. The 28-point peace plan that the Americans kind of sort of sidelined everybody with when they came out with it. Discussions in Geneva. Those discussions then led, we think, to a 19-point peace plan. The Ukrainians were saying after those meetings that they had kind of agreed to that. And now this appears to be confirmation of that. But of course, the big question in all of this is, will the Russians agree to the changed text on the 28-point peace plan? The likelihood is that that isn't going to happen. We've already heard from the Kremlin that anything that's acceptable to the Europeans would not be acceptable to the Russians. Their maximalist demands, of course, will have been watered down. So they are unlikely to go for it. So what we are seeing is diplomacy about how to deal with Donald Trump's diplomacy. The Ukrainians know that they cannot flatly say no to Donald Trump. They need to flatter him. They need to engage with the process. That's what seems to be happening here. They, of course, will hope that the Russians will reject this. That, again, though, is unlikely because Vladimir Putin knows the man that is Donald Trump very well, and he will know how to engage and how to deal with this ball when it comes back. He will likely say, it's a very complex situation. We need more time. We need further discussions. But yes, in theory, we are willing to go ahead with this. So that's where we stand at the moment.
Michael, do you concur with this, that it, although we haven't got to this stage before in terms of a peace proposal on the table, it is following the same pattern that we have seen in the negotiations where Ukraine agrees to stuff, but then when it goes back to Russia, it all seems to get thrown into the long grass.
Square bracket.
Yeah, that's the real point to consider here, is that like Russia could once again dangle a potential ceasefire to just simply continue whatever the fuck its military objectives are, while trying to actively undermine how Russians are exploiting American naivete is the other side of this equation, which is like what they've done so far. They keep coming to the table to be like, oh yeah, we want a ceasefire, only to not do the ceasefire at all, to be like, oh, it's just not right now, not the right time for us, you know? Yeah. Sorry. And that is the very real consequence of this potentially, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. And that's part of the reason why I keep saying the best meaningful solution here. Like, oh, someone said yes. Yeah, Zelensky's rumored to be preparing a speech about free buses and rent freeze in Kyiv.
That's really good.
That's the other big Z. Yeah. Arfie gets a Red Bull. Okay, citizen of Romania here. I see my government and media here prepping the propaganda to justify ours and EU's active involvement in the war. What the hell's going on? I don't think it's going to happen, but then again, I'm not making any predictions on this one, okay? Because this is the one where I famously got it wrong when I said Russia is bad, not mad. They will not invade Ukraine. And everybody loves bringing that up, even though all the subsequent analysis that I engaged in was correct, even down to the fact as to why this would be a massive failure, a spectacular failure for all the parties involved, except for the American military-industrial complex, which is, you know, that they made out like bandits here, taking the $52 billion hole in their budget from Afghanistan and directly putting it into Ukraine was fantastic for them.
It was a pretty nice move.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. All right, we're moving on from this.
A judge throughout it.
Another one on the map. And
start going.
Gotta
Yeah, cases dismissed against James Comey and Leticia James in major defeat for the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, this is funny.
This is a hilarious.
This is they like whenever I see these sentences, I'm like, yes, Trump's new Camelot. Like, it's just the biggest fucking geniuses in the world.
Is the argument here that nobody will / can ever stand firmly against Russia in perpetuity?
Oh yeah, scroll up. This person's posted this a few times.
Because they will just freak out and nuke everyone if that ever happens. In such a world, when will Russia ever feasibly stop its territorial expansion?
Yeah.
I mean, the same argument is made against America as well. And that's just the name of the game for a nuclear world, unfortunately. That's why all of the post-World War II battles have been proxy battles between nuclear armed states, one with direct intervention and the other one with like direct like logistical intervention.
They're not even in Kyiv. They're not even in Kyiv. And they originally, by the way, could have tried to occupy Kyiv, and they chose not to. What is this like map? I'm picturing like one of those things in the Cold War where like the map bleeds red, the whole globe is fucking enveloped by this by the hammer and sickle. It's just a never-ending territorial expansion. You got to get a grip here.
I mean, it's just not. It's.
I mean, I don't. You can also. You can also say that, like, do they even have the capacity to permanently, fully occupy the entirety of Ukraine?
Probably not.
No,
yeah, it's too vast. It's too large. And in the words of Trump, it's too flat. When a bullet is fired on Ukrainian land, all it does is hit a body and nothing else.
Someone's giving me shit. Chose not to. Yeah, they opted not to try that. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, just get
it's too flat. Ukraine is too flat.
Get a little real about this stuff.
Yeah,
you're talking about it like it's sports.
So much. I will say so much so that it actually got the previous position of like handshake neutrality between Sweden and Finland to change, because they realize that like Russia is not as big as a threat, in my opinion, because not only did they show that they entertain how Russia is engaging in like incursion beyond what they previously thought was not going to happen, but they also showed that they were not capable of also taking over the entirety of Ukraine and therefore it gave more confidence to the the Finlandization of NATO understanders and appreciators.
This is my last comment. Is this idea that they drove all the way up to choose not to occupy Ukraine? I don't know if you guys are history buffs, but you can actually try to occupy the entire country, or certainly the capital. We did that in Iraq, Afghanistan, a couple other places, and then it cannot go well. So you can try to assess whether or not that would be possible, but stupid, and then decide whether or not to go all in. And they chose not to do that.
The NATOization of Finland.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Also, there's like, I mean, far be it from me. It just seems also very obvious that it's like, oh, the Russian territorial expansionism, like rhetoric too, is like, yeah, they've taken a lot of territory up until now, but it's also like, there is clearly a larger point to why they're doing it. Not saying that it's good, not saying that it's right, not saying that it's historically just saying that like they've clearly and like they've made a lot of fucking noise about why they view this as like a geopolitical like strategy that isn't just about like gobbling up like European nations. There is more to it.
Yeah. All right.
Indictments against fired FBI Director James Comey and New York State Attorney General Leticia James, saying the acting U.S. attorney who filed those charges was not properly appointed. The charges can be refiled, and the Justice Department is looking for a way to do that. Scott McFarlane is with us from Washington.
Yeah, they
He's following
shouldn't give
it.
up on this. They should keep doing that.
And I want them to too. I think it'll be really funny.
They should find new ways of properly filing this. It's also extra cool when the president openly says, like, we want to do lawfare. Like, please go after my enemies now, and then fire the previous prosecutor who failed to do so, only to bring in this like incompetent loyalist who also failed, even though they tried at least to drum up charges against Trump's political enemies. His revenge tour. I love that. It's fucking awesome.
Good morning.
Hey, Tony, James Comey and Leticia James did not have the opportunity to defend themselves on the merits of these controversial charges. These cases were ended, at least for the time being, over a procedural matter. But the ruling is a major defeat for the Trump administration. This morning, James Comey and Leticia James are no longer criminal defendants. A federal judge ruled Monday the prosecutor who filed the cases, former Trump White House aide Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully serving in the post. The ruling says the White House exceeded its power, installing Halligan as an acting federal prosecutor without necessary approval from Congress or the courts. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi stood behind Halligan Monday.
We believe we will be successful on appeal. Lindsay Halligan is an excellent U.S. attorney and shame.
Sorry to bother you. Logs, please. Yeah, the logs, I already looked. It's stupid, okay? Hot take here, but I doubt that the Kremlin's going to launch a nuclear first strike against NATO countries. Okay, that's too fucking big of a bargain for either party. You're just describing like Cold War politics and saying, well, they won't do it. What an insane fucking standard. Why the fuck do these countries have nukes if they're not going to use them? You also have to consider that like the entire reason for stockpiling a nuclear arsenal is so that if the threat ever exists, they will use them. So yes, it is a hot take, okay? It's an insanely hot take. And whenever I hear this insanely hot take, I think
nuclear take.
Yeah, I would. I wish upon. I wish that the hot take will be implemented so I can fucking finally no longer have to read these hot takes. Oh my God. The moment that you're entertaining nuclear winter and saying, well, they won't do it, they don't have the smoke, is a moment where we've already lost all reason. And it's not even one that the American government is entertaining. So there is at least that. I feel like they know a little bit more than we do in terms of like the nuclear arsenal and the ambitions there. Because if they also had the same attitude that you did, they would have implemented like a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace, for example, immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine. They would have sent troops into Ukraine to defend Ukraine militarily. And then, yes, Russia would not have been able to win Ukrainian territory. Russia would not have been able to boulder through eastern Ukraine and dig into eastern Ukrainian positions. They would have done that because they would have said, hot take, they don't have the smoke. They don't actually want to fucking use their nukes. A hot take also, double hot take. Why the fuck won't we actually invade the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? Seems like this is the one thing that actually is a significant deterrent for America.
Wonder why Iran would want a nuke. I wonder why. Why would that be even a thing they negotiate? Can't imagine.
That's the hot take. It seems like the American government. It seems like the American government actually does have a red line on this stuff. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Stabbing victim situation. Exactly. Yeah,
it is true.
Shame on them for not wanting her in office.
Halligan, who'd never prosecuted a case before, took over the role after Trump ousted the former U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia when he wouldn't move forward with these cases. Comey had been facing charges of making a false statement to Congress back in 2020, and he welcomed the ruling.
This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies.
An attorney for Leticia James, who was charged with mortgage fraud, said, quote, "This case was not about justice or the law. It was about targeting Attorney General James." Both Comey and James have denied the allegations against them.
This ruling is much more consequential for James Comey than it is for Tish James.
Caroline Polisi, a criminal defense attorney.
All that being said, you still have left doing a ground invasion on Israel on the table in the event that all of our leverage failed, despite them having nukes. But I understand this more hyperbole and everything. Yes, the entire point is that Israel would not exist without an unlimited American support, which is why I say it's the closest you can get to ending any kind of conflict with a fucking phone call. Of course, it's not going to get to like a military invasion of Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
That's the subtitles kind of.
Caroline Pissy.
It's not her name, to be clear. I just don't want people to, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, Israel does not need to be invaded to collapse. Sanctions on allies that require unlimited support from the Western world are infinitely more powerful tools than against enemy states that have actually designed their entire economy to withstand sanctions, like Russia. Okay? This is why BDS is an active initiative that has the capacity to be way more successful and was successful historically in apartheid South Africa, as opposed to, once again, Hasan, I'm coming to kill you. I'm going to wear your skin like an ancient Irish. Shocking. Your uncle pays for your Twitch career. Hasan Picker. Hasan Picker, I'm coming to kill you. I'm going to wear your skin like an ancient Irish. No, you're not. You literally have a fucking aneurysm when the Uber delivery driver knocks on your door, and the thought of entertaining a normal social interaction with a person that you've never met before basically fucking kills you. So no, you will not be doing any of those things. You are going to continue using anonymous accounts on the internet that you created in fucking 2014 to make these fucking stupid ass threats because you are unafraid of openly saying that you are a pedophile neo-Nazi supporter, Sam Hyde, in the big year 2025. Okay? At this point in your life, you probably should have had a family. And the reason why you don't is a cause for concern. You should really reconsider all of the actions that you took leading up to this moment as a fucking 40-year-old who wants to go back to the house, the perfect golden age of 4chan, and how, your memes allowed Donald Trump and Kekistan to be implemented, Donald Trump to become president. You will forever relitigate those moments in your life where you felt like you had motion. Please go start a family, take a shower, hit the gym, and maybe make a better assessment of the events that led to having you write stuff like this in the Twitch chat of a person that you despise. Okay? Please don't start a family. I mean, okay, fair. Fair.
It's dialectics.
I'm just saying he would. I'm just saying that if he actually, took a good, cold, hard look at himself and reconsidered how he's operating currently, he could maybe fix the situation. Okay? They could get a job. Anyway, there's another thing that I want to watch with you guys. Okay? There's another thing that I want to watch with you guys.
Argues it'll be.
And that is, are you familiar with the podcast Triggernometry?
No.
It's these two British guys.
I'm familiar with technology.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is Triggernometry for sure.
Then I know it.
They're these two white British guys who I previously thought were like presenting themselves as centrists.
Okay.
But it turns out that they're like more right wing than I thought they were.
Oh, wait, can I see their faces first? I mean, I'll see them. I think
Hasan
I do know
Piker,
these
welcome
guys.
to Triggernometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big
guys?
So I did their podcast, okay, because they were in Los Angeles.
The guy on the left looks like he's being blinded.
I saw Finkelstein, I think maybe a clip where he was on this, and that's the only reason I think I've seen them though.
So you thought they were centrists? No, I thought they were like center right. I thought they were like masquerading as centrists, but they're right wing. But I think their audience is like more right wing than the way they even present
Triggernometry? No.
But basically, I was just breaking the fucking set over here. Jesus Christ. Act like you've been here, Brendan.
Let me stay for lunch and then I'll go.
Yeah. But I did their podcast and we talked about a bunch of different issues and they got I think it was a fun and relatively productive conversation, but let's take a look.
Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance. My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads. There's too much instability, there's too much chaos. We need to restore order.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say China is probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
This was very frustrating for a lot of right-wing accounts on Twitter.
I can imagine.
Which did not actually provide any sort of like counter narratives or whatever, but instead simply presented it and then got mad. New streamer Hasan Piker says communist China is the best example of a country that the United States should learn from and model after. Constantine Christian, is there a country that has done socialism the way that you like? I would say China is probably the closest. That is probably the closest I would say to an example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. And all of the counters are basically Cernovich talking about it's okay to platform again.
Wait, the police shut down his live stream.
Yeah, it's so funny how they never go to places they love so much. He was actually just there, and the Chinese police shut down his live stream. Again, a thing that didn't happen. Okay, China is no longer purely communist. Its commie government has allowed capitalism to flourish in China.
Yeah, heard about that.
Comrade Piker.
Autism Capital.
Yeah, Autism Capital. Comrade Piker is me and she's wife. And then there's a
congrats on that, by the way.
Yeah, that was very cool. I just wanted to know if there's anyone who doesn't agree with what Hasan says. You just have to stop and see the enormous progress that China has made. Young people have a house before the age of 29, and 90% of people have a house. In the United States, you have a house at the age of 38, and it's a very low percentage. And then people yelling at him.
I love all these blue check replies. They're just so well written.
But unpopular opinion, this was my favorite though. Unpopular opinion is that Hasan is right on this. I'm pretty sure China's had a low level to qualify for. Wait, what? Oh, what? Never mind. The ones that are the ones that are my favorite are like, yeah, that's right. We should take all of the wrong lessons from China,
right?
In terms of like social repression or in terms of like dealing with separatist movements or whatever. Like they literally like, hell yeah, we need to be an ethno state or whatever the fuck they assume China is. Their post game, they wish they'd gone harder on you. Oh damn.
Really interesting. We also
wow. That's funny that they wish.
What did they do?
Let's get a flavor of what they actually said.
Yeah. Communism in America.
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe.
You think the Reform Party is
I think
fascist,
Reform Party, as it stands currently, is a nascent fascist parliamentary group that hasn't reached its full potential yet.
Relax. This isn't an ad. If you're not a fan of ads but love Triggernometry, join the thousands of
Okay, I'm skipping this stuff. All right.
.uk or click the link in the description of this episode.
Hasan Piker, welcome to Triggernometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big sigh?
We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
I'm getting cooked right now.
Yeah.
For those of you at home watching, and this has got to be extra weird for you guys because you're British, and this is what the sun looks like normally.
Yeah. No, it's nice to know.
Yeah.
We are enjoying it. I'm sorry about the sun. This is not deliberate. We're not trying to
really
cook you,
did.
literally. But welcome to the show.
It's hot as fuck, dude. We were in the morning. It was like 80 degrees.
Whose idea was it to shoot on the fucking surface of the planet from pitch black?
I don't know. They're British. This is like a very interesting opportunity for them to see the sunlight, I think.
Tell us a little bit about you. Like you obviously have got a massive Twitch channel. You're very successful streaming. Twitch is a gaming platform, but you talk on there, and that's what people follow you for. How did you get there? What's been your journey through life?
I started my professional media career, I guess, as a nepotism recipient at my uncle's 26-person YouTube startup media network. I feel like calling it a media network is interesting because, like, at that time, at that point, it was smaller than like a mid-tier podcast, you know? But I started there because I just wanted to not live in New Jersey. I wanted to live in LA. And that's where the Young Turks headquarters were. And I, much like virtually all of my peers, came out of college with a double major, great marks, and no job prospects whatsoever. So I was like, all right, I'll just start off my journey here, and it'll allow me to be in LA. Right?
Let's skip the introductions. It's boring. You've already heard it a million times over.
And you mentioned progressive values and that being something that's important to you. What are progressive values, would you say?
I think progressive values, for me at least, are founded around empathy first and foremost, to try and uplift everyone's material conditions to the best of our ability, and focusing on protecting those who need protection, and simultaneously advancing a cause of the way I think about it, advancing the cause of unlocking the potential of every single person, no matter where they are. Because right now, there are probably billions of brilliant people that never actually get the opportunity to unlock their true potential.
See, I'm using I thought they were more centrist, so I'm using centrist terminology. Be like, there's a lot of potential out there.
Right.
And
let everyone be what they can be.
Yeah. Like, who knows if the next math wizard is actually stuck in a village somewhere, right? Like,
whereas is their position actually? Well, what if there aren't those people? What if humanity is not worthy?
I can't speak to their perspective, but I can say that their audience does not believe that there's unlimited potential in the third world at all. The audience was like, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot."
Do they start mixing it up with you, or is it kind of this weird tension?
No, it goes from me just expanding on my position.
Yeah.
It turns into more contentious stuff around this part. And then there's even a classic, explain this meme about Luigi Mangione, where it's like, well, what do you mean? Luigi Mangione, you've said free Luigi Mangione. And I'm like, well, what's interesting, I did the same thing that I did with Ross Douthat. I don't know if you guys saw that one, where he was he tried to do the same shit to me, where he was like, well, you're pro Luigi, you're pro Luigi, you're pro Luigi. And I was like, look, listen, I think it's more interesting to think about why in a country like America that Luigi Mangione was received the way that he was. And it shows that it's almost universal, the pain that people have felt about private health care.
Because of where they're born. They might be born in Sudan, in a village that is being overtaken by the RSF. They might be born in India to an impoverished neighborhood and are not going to have the access to education and therefore be able to truly revolutionize whatever sector they might be interested in revolutionizing. And I think that's what I want to do.
And what do you think is the way to, because I think that's probably something the left and right actually agree on in my experience, the center left, the center right, they're kind of moderate. But I suppose the disagreement probably is about what you think is the way by which that happens. So the right might say, well, the answer to that is capitalism, right? I imagine you don't agree. So how do you think those things get, those people who don't currently have opportunity both in this country in other Western countries, but around the world. What's the mechanism by which they get those opportunities?
I think creating a robust base of support, like a minimum social safety net for all, is the way to do it. And there are many different ways of achieving that result. I don't think capitalism has been able to do that. What I mean by that is capitalism still revolves around the inherent contradiction of at its most reductive way to put it, someone's got to clean the toilet. And in an effort to make sure that there is always going to be people that are wage laborers, there is this dynamic where we can't
20 minutes
advance
20 minutes until food gets here.
Humanity too much. This plays itself out in the international scale in unequal exchange, where if we were to allow a lot of the third world to develop to a certain degree, then things would be far too costly. We wouldn't get the cheap materials and the cheap natural resources that we need to extract so that we can have an iPhone for the reasonable price of $500. Or, I mean, even that's increasing now. I personally think that
they got really mad at me for saying iPhones were not $500. No, like that was
like
another
$900 or whatever.
Yeah, they were so like they. I think everything that I'm saying here, they just did not listen to at all, and they just hyper focus on like
this was like listening to a child try to. Man, this is
Yeah, they're like, oh, dude, rich socialist hypocrite, you fucking idiot. It's like, oh, dude, you say you hate capitalism.
I thought that it would be a real, like Athens.
I thought there would be substantive discussion in the YouTube comments. I
stopping
did.
our endless and needless and cruel militarism in the global South, and allow these places to develop, extend an open hand to them, that we would allow society to flourish in ways that we previously have not foreseen.
I guess your point about cleaning toilets is interesting, because something we've addressed a lot on this trip with guests right, left, center, etc., is the incredible wealth inequality and the speed at which the gap is, that's growing. There's a big problem. People on the right don't want to admit it, and it's true. But on the other hand, someone is always going to have to clean the toilets, right? Like, we have a pretty big safety net in the UK.
That's the argument.
And what that's mainly done is trapped a lot of people in a place where they don't have to
literally
work.
What you said.
And they then
is the baby's first argument.
Yeah.
And then
No,
he's
he
like,
just
"It's interesting
turned
that you
around."
say that. Let me pose a different question. The exact same question.
Yeah, which is someone has to clean the toilets. Like, how do you suggest we clean the toilets? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, I'll get into it here, but it's like the point is, the person who's cleaning the toilets can have more comforts in their lives, even if they're doing that.
Therefore done. And also,
it's
you
still
talk
a
about
necessary part of labor, regardless.
Important people from other countries to work for less. Kind of the consequence of that is it suppresses wages for the people in the country as well. So who would clean the toilets if we...
So, great question. Let me address the wage depression aspect of this, because this is the one area where sometimes I hear Tucker Carlson talk about it, and there's like some nuggets of truth in there. Because yes, importing labor into the country will always depress wages in the absence of good regulation. And good regulation in that format would be demanding wage parity, and also not creating any other external factors that actually cause you to have a more servile labor force. What I mean by this is, I want to use the example of H-1B visas. The reason why H-1B visa system exists on paper is because there are certain highly skilled positions that, as it stands, our American companies are unable to fulfill. They're not able to fill those roles with the domestic labor force, right? That's the on paper. In practice, of course, it creates a more pliable labor force that you're bringing in, oftentimes from highly skilled countries that are still desperate, even if there is higher wages on average on the H-1B visa program, because if you lose your job, you get deported. Nobody wants to get deported, so they will do everything in their power to stay and work as hard as they physically possibly can. So this creates an environment where I think our bosses, our capital owners in America, are like, why would I get an American worker who is in comparison to an Indian worker that's coming into the country that is desperate to keep this job? Why would I hire the American worker? I can pay the same fee to the Indian worker, or even a higher fee, as a matter of fact, to the Indian worker, because I know that he is going to work harder than the American labor force. So there is this competition. The way to solve that competition is through regulation. If the workers that were coming in from poorer countries were coming in with the knowledge that they are not going to be immediately deported, for example, and they have wage parity with the domestic labor force, this would actually make American companies think twice before hiring someone just as a replacement for the American worker, because they wouldn't get any additional benefits as a boss. They wouldn't get the additional benefit of like, I'm going to work you to the bone, right? Because I know if I fire you, you're gone. You're gone out of the country and you want to be here. So that is a regulatory mechanism that we never implement in this country, because our capital owners actually enjoy the two-tiered labor structure that we have here.
And come back to the who cleans the toilets, even when there's a social welfare system.
I think that ultimately there's going to be people that fulfill these roles no matter what. And increasingly with automation and with AI, we're getting to a point where the route tasks are already being delegated to robots to begin with. So the way I see it is there's always going to be someone that is tasked with this, tasked with either overseeing it, if it's a robot doing it, or directly doing it. But since it's an important factor in the commodity production, because someone has to engage in sanitation, I think it's much more valuable to ensure that they have a sense of autonomy and that those positions are hired and have enough replacement labor force so that they do less hours in general and still get a decent amount of pay, and so that they can still feel human and have some sense of autonomy in the labor force, where they can do that job and still make an honest living and be able to feed their family, and also have some free time on the side to pursue whatever hobbies they want to pursue.
So the way to achieve that would be like what, a really high minimum wage, or like what's the way to get there? Like, because I agree with the idea that people who are working every kind of job should have free time and make a good living. The question is, how do you do that? Because in a market economy, what you are paid is a function of what you produce, right?
Yeah. Well, I think in a market economy, what you are paid should be what you produce. I don't think that that's how it works in the market economy. I think in the market economy, your replaceability is what determines your wages, especially if you are
I'm like walking him through the steps of, this is supposed to be his, like, their bread and butter, right? Like, they're pro-capitalist and they're like, oh, you're in a market economy, your wages are determined by what you produce. No, that's not how that works at all.
I mean,
that's kind of the problem.
It sounds like he's about to bust out the guns and butter on you. You know, like, it's just like, it's so like limp 101 stuff. I mean, it's a little, I mean, it is kind of fun that they gave you the space just to make this pitch.
Is it roughly this cordial?
No.
Is that the thing? Oh, okay.
No. There is more back and forth.
Because I'm curious what they said after the fact when they were like responding to their commenters.
There is really not much pushback on this stuff, honestly. Right. And I think it's because there's not really, I don't leave a lot of room to breathe with the argument that I present. So
that's
they
how it
just
works in
kind
the
of
market
move
economy.
on from
Replaceable by a non-domestic labor force, for example, that depresses your wages even further on the domestic front for the citizen labor force. So I think you're right, though. In the market economy, your output should be the determining factor. That's actually a socialist position, ironically enough. Not all socialists are against the market, and I would say that the output is the most consequential factor in that regard. I agree. What that means, however, is that if the company is actually, for example, increasing its output and therefore generating more revenue overall, then everyone down to the most replaceable aspect of labor, which would be sanitation in this regard, should still get paid a just wage, like fair compensation. Minimum wages is one way of doing it as a Band-Aid solution. I mean, but there are Nordic countries, for example, where there is no minimum wage, because the minimum wage would ironically be a depressing factor on the overall average wages that people get. How have they achieved this, though? They've achieved this through sectoral bargaining. They've achieved this through robust unions and labor participation in these wage negotiations. And that is the reason why they don't need to have a minimum wage. The minimum wage in and of itself is a big point of contention in the United States of America and a lot of other Western countries, only because our labor union participation in the United States is at less than 10% right now, which is unimaginably low. It's lower than countries that we have dominated, like Chile, where we rewrote their constitution basically and wanted to unleash a wave of neoliberalism.
Okay. Oh my God, this is
the
awesome.
U.S. did support the Pinochet coup, but Pinochet's 1980 constitution was written primarily by Chile's own military regime and conservative Chilean lawyers such as Jamie Guzman.
Yeah, after we installed him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how that.
Yeah.
That's,
no,
that's
I
sort
got,
of the
I got
bang for your buck.
check.
Bang for your buck.
Fact check.
Brother.
I just got fact checked, buddy.
See, I would love to see. Do you know I would love to
wish
see
they
more
would
of
have
these.
said that to my face.
Yeah, well,
because that would have been a much more entertaining conversation. No, like,
Is their model like they kind of give the patient and even open-minded across the table, but then later on they put all this stuff in, and then in their next episode
I don't know.
they're
This
like,
is the first time I'm watching this. So
I mean, it is.
I
I
guess
don't know. I think it's kind of bitch made to do because this also isn't a like.
that's a Jubilee move.
Exactly. Like it's just so stupid. Like to do and like also kind
it's
of
like
obvious.
doesn't even dispute anything.
Exactly. That's the point. It's not like what that is not an effective. It's not a good debunking.
The guy
of
on
what
the
you
right
said.
reminds me of kind of like a cleaned up Paul Joseph Watson. You know what I mean?
this guy.
Yeah. He looks like if was that his name? The guy you
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
imagine
yeah.
more
I mean,
surprise.
I get Gary V, but
Oh, okay. Well, there could be a lot going
the
on.
hands
like
of
Gary
a dictator
Vee
like
and,
Pinochet.
like
Even in that country, there's still
John Oliver's
15%
cousin
labor
from
union
the
participation. So it's still higher than the United States of America, which is crazy to me.
If you've been fresh story ground,
you know what I mean?
outlets empathy, ground you.
We should do this more in our show.
Positions, particularly
Now
talk
he
about
gets in with
low skilled labour. So for context, my
Vuvuzela.
mother is a Venezuelan immigrant to the UK. When she was in the UK, she was a childminder. There was no minimum wage. My mum, roughly, I remember earning £2.20 an hour. There were no pension rights. So thankfully, like, I helped my parents out. My dad helps my mum out, so she's not destitute. But that's what my mum's position would be if she didn't have me or my father. As somebody who is from Venezuela, I worry when people mention socialism because I've seen what's happened to my country. How would you assuage the fears of people like me or people who come from a Cuban background who've seen the socialist dream, as it were, descend into authoritarianism?
I'm much nicer than I normally would be.
First and foremost, I would say that all countries, to varying degrees, engage in authoritarianism in general. It's just something that it's a function of the government. It obviously has the capacity to get out of hand due to external factors in many instances, like combating much more powerful forces that want to cause instability in your country. It's not a justification.
This also frustrates liberals when you say that. Like,
Yeah.
it's just every country is like here in America, the rules that we have around age of consent is very authoritarian for Ellen Dershowitz, right? If you want to fuck kids and the rules in the rule book say you can't fuck kids, that's authoritarian. It's just justifiable, right? Or yeah, if you don't want to fucking pay taxes and the IRS says you're going to jail, that's technically authoritarian for a person who doesn't want to fucking pay taxes.
And recently, when I was doing that show with Felix, he said he once spoke to it was a writer who someone kind of asked them what their politics were, and he did not. I will not include the name, just as he did not. But he said, "My politics are anti-authoritarianism," and it's just like, dude, you're 45 years
Yeah,
old.
that is like fucking epic, brother.
You got to get a little.
I mean, it's also like, also the authoritarian thing is like everybody is like, oh no, but look. When I see the movies about Jim Crow and stuff, right? It's all in black and white. Therefore, it's in the past, not a problem now. Ipso facto, you're wrong, brother. That's what I just hate the smugness of that shit.
Well, I'm curious if this guy takes your answer.
Let's see.
More or less.
For it, but it is analysis in terms of like why these guys engage in the actions that they do in terms of suppression of all dissent, or even censorship, and sometimes even jail time. And the example I always use is the United States of America. Not only in the Cold War, but even preceding the Cold War, during World War I and World War II, actually had a practice of jailing all conscientious objectors, for example, who said, I don't want to fight in this war. They were like, all right, well, this is a world war, sucks to suck, you're going to jail. One of the famous examples is Eugene Debs, a socialist who actually ran from prison and I think achieved like 1.3 million votes at the time, which was probably the most electoral success socialists had ever achieved. He was a conscientious objector of World War I, which was the international Marxist position at the time. There was some deviation there. So I see it in a similar vein when these countries also engage in authoritarian actions, suppressing dissent, censorship, or trying to manage this dynamic of trying to continue doing governance while at the same time they have to like make sure that they're avoiding American intervention or Western intervention in general. As far as the fears that people have, assuaging the fears that people have in terms of what they've seen in their countries, whether it be Venezuela or Cuba, I think each country is different. Each successful and unsuccessful revolution is different. And I think it's important to understand the lessons and the failures, as well as some of the areas of success that these countries have been able to implement. Avoid the failures and try to focus on the successes, and hopefully you'll be able to have a long-standing and relatively happy form of governance.
I mean, I take your point as to the conscientious objector, but you look at Venezuela, for example, and then the reason I'm using it is because that's the example I know best.
Yeah.
You know, you've got rigged elections. You've got politicians who go up against Maduro. They're either thrown in jail, as in.
Yeah, Juan Guaido famously never got a day in the sun.
I don't think I mentioned that one of the biggest failures of Maduro was, and even Chavez really was not
cracking down harder.
Was not punishing the dissenters enough. Ironically,
you can tune into TV channels. At least back when I knew people who lived there, and there's people bashing the government, they bash Chavez.
Yeah,
they bash
as
Maduro.
a matter of fact, big problem with all the fucking grocery store chain owners and the Chamber of Commerce they have in Venezuela that ended up actually overthrowing Chavez. Once upon a time, they didn't get sufficiently punished at all. They continue to operate as though they wanted to internally in the country. I think that might have even been a mistake. I'm just saying. Because I don't think America would ever allow that to happen, is what I would say if we didn't live under the second Trump administration after he successfully unsuccessfully pulled off an insurrection, and then we didn't punish him at all. And then now he's president, and all of the pedophiles that did January 6th are free until they do more pedophilia. And
in which case they get freed again.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, exactly. You did
literally
January 6th.
the only actual way out for like a January 6th person now is suicide by cop.
Yeah, no,
like
for
literally
sure.
you have to be like that guy. You remember that video? This guy, it was one where like the cop was like, do not reach for like whatever, and the guy just immediately.
No, yeah, the only way. And the only way they see punishment is when they reach for an officer's service weapon.
Exactly. Like it's so like it's like that is the only way that you can like suffer a negative consequence anymore.
Yeah. The case of Leopoldo Lopez, solitary confinement for 2 years, or you have, I think it's Corina Machado, who got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, but she is currently in hiding in her own country because she knows the moment that her whereabouts are known, she's going to get.
That's bad governance. How come she's literally like there is
She's
no
only
world
calling for an invasion of her own country.
And saying it's great that like they're lasering fucking boats off the coastline. Like you can't do that anywhere. You know what I mean?
She's calling for an invasion of her own country
by the most powerful country on the planet that has all the ambition and has tried to do coups in the country that she's a part of. It's fucking crazy.
You know what I loved when they announced that she got the Nobel Peace Prize, and the immediate reaction from the White House was, "Fuck this bitch! I cannot believe the DEI Nobel Prize."
Yeah.
Like not, I guess, realizing
didn't give it to Daddy.
Yeah. Okay. They were really pissed. It was so like Stephen Chung, the like White House press secretary, whose job is to like send edgy tweets.
Yeah.
He was like bugging out.
He's not the only one.
Machado was asking Israel to invade Venezuela. Israel, please save me.
Thrown into jail may not be seen again.
You're my only hope.
I'm not going to defend Maduro, but I would say that the logical through line, and it's important to understand the opposition's logical through line in this instance, is that these are forces that are very directly working with the United States of America that have tried to facilitate coups. Even had an unsuccessful one all the way back in 2002 with Chavez and numerous other instances, openly talked about implementing coups under the first Trump administration, and is openly now waging war, or at least threatening to wage war with Venezuela right now, encircling the entire coastline of Venezuela with some of the most sophisticated weaponry known to man. In that regard, I think they see it as treason. I would go so far as say, in a similar scenario in the United States of America, I think, and this is not even a one-to-one dynamic because America is the most powerful nation on the planet, but China is getting up there, right? Let's see if China had, if in a hypothetical, if China had encircled the United States of America, and let's say in this hypothetical, I'm like very clearly someone who is going to China and talking to the CPC and saying like, we want Chinese intervention in this country because I hate Donald Trump, please. I think in that regard, America would probably treat me in the exact same way, if not in a worse way, ironically enough.
But would they throw you in jail for trying to run democratically? I don't think personally that they would.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Are you serious? I don't think they would do that.
Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, I would definitely, they would kill me. Like, I don't even think I don't even think that did you wear that shirt to push your merch? Yes. Yes. And it's a very nice shirt. And you can get it at ideology.shop.
What I think. You think the American government would not throw me in jail if I was in a comparable scenario where China had encircled the United States of America and I was saying, I want to run democratically. I want to be, and I'm demanding that China intervene. I think they would do the same, if not worse, for sure. Because like I said, it's all a matter of the conditions on the ground. With respect to Eugene Debs, as I was talking about before, America felt threatened even at that time.
You're talking about wartime.
Yeah.
This is not a fair comparison, in my opinion, because
Wait,
wartime is wartime.
No, how is that not a fair comparison? We have.
I'm curious what he's about to
It's not a fair
drop here.
comparison
It's about
because-
survival. Britain suspended elections during wartime, right? Like
America didn't actually. They did. Even during the Civil War.
But Britain did. America wasn't in war in the same way that Britain was.
That's why I said during the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. But again, it's different. I guess
That undermines your entire
you said
case.
something
Fine.
interesting because I was born in the Soviet Union, so we both have direct experience of socialism
he was
in various
born
shapes
there.
and forms. You talked about there's positives and there's negatives. So, is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say that I am hypercritical of all forms of governance, including the American one. I think that's not a surprise to you guys.
I'm left,
right? And in that same vein, I think like there is critiques to apply to all forms of governance, even socialist ones.
Yeah.
And
You
as
didn't
far as
wear
like
your
getting
Settlers
closer
by
to
Jay Sakai
what I
t-shirt.
think has been relatively successful, because if ultimately the point of government is to improve the material conditions of all people to the best of your ability. It's not always going to be perfect, but when you are getting, I don't know, the poorest people, the poorest of the dispossessed masses out of a situation where they were servile to landed gentry, or they were peasants from an agrarian society, or they were dominated by the landlords, but then ultimately they were able to come into modernity and become like a powerhouse, an industrial powerhouse that is competitive with the largest superpower on the planet. I would say if that's the point of good governance, and I think you guys might agree with me on that, I would say China is probably the closest. And there are still plenty of failures within the Chinese system as well, plenty of issues within the Chinese system as well. But that's probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. This is something that I talk about quite a bit. Ironically enough, we only utilize some of the most repressive elements of Chinese governance here in the United States of America, especially in the second Trump administration, and none of the good stuff. We don't have any high-speed rail. We don't have any even development. There is seemingly nothing to look forward to in America in terms of economic prosperity, in terms of overall health of society, in terms of scientific achievements. And I think a lot of younger people also feel the same way, where they feel like there's nothing to look forward to here. And I'll give you guys an example from the UK. I remember seeing this TikTok of this guy that goes around and is like asking young British people, would they serve in the British military? And I am not even remotely nationalistic by any measure. I don't care about those sorts of things. But I think it's important to understand, like, it's a good way to see the temperature of society. And a lot of the young British people were like, no, why would I fight for England? Why would I fight for the UK when it seems like my government's not even fighting for me at all? And
see, the reason that a lot of them will say that, though, is it's not so much about that we're not like China in terms
I just realized I'm the one who brought up UK, which was a major mistake, because as soon as UK gets mentioned, they turn the conversation to, well, they don't want to fight for the UK because of Musliman.
Wait, let me see what they where this guy
Islamic
goes.
Sharia is the reason.
Okay.
of building high-speed rail, although that is a big issue in the UK.
Yes.
I agree with you. The main reason is they feel like they've been let down by mass immigration that's eroding the values of their country.
Yeah.
And of course, this is where I think...
Except I did say why they didn't want to fight, and none of them said it's because of Muslims.
Well, no, but you have to understand, it's the Sharia.
Yeah, none of them were like, oh, it's because the UK is a Sharia
Their
controlled
pride
country.
is hurt, so they don't want to go fight for Britain because there's too many Muslims inside of Britain.
Well,
now.
no, but it's because they gave all the free stuff to the Muslims,
right?
And not to,
But whatever the reasoning, that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean,
Islamic law.
I mean, it's in addition to just being wrong.
Presumably, though, if they got to go fight in a war, they would be killing, let's say, pretty good chance they'd be killing Muslim people.
Yeah.
And that would
wouldn't that
animate
be-
them if they hated Muslim people so much?
Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. You're
like
right.
they'd be defending Britain from the encroaching hordes
I
from
would have.
elsewhere.
I would love to see this guy respond to that logic.
Yeah, I should have brought that up. Damn, that's a good take.
People on the right are very blind to this issue that we already raised, which is wealth inequality and opportunity. Right?
I'm sure there are some people who feel that way, of course, but...
well, think about this, Hasan.
But
right?
even
Hold on,
with
let me just finish the
go
point.
ahead.
Like, stereotypically speaking, is it left of center people or right of center people that are going to go and fight for their country? Typically, it's going to be right of center people because of the mindset that they have, right?
I think when push comes to shove, everybody fights for their country.
When most people go to fight for their country, because it's the experience of how most people are pushed to fight for their country, they're not volunteering. Like, that's also like, to me, there's like a degree, like, I guess that
Well, I guess if they want to say modern America or whatever.
I mean,
like,
but even still, like, if it's like you're putting people the question of like, would you go fight for your country? Like in the hypothetical Hasan presented, like I didn't take it to be like, would you go sign up tomorrow and do it? Like,
there's a lot of ideology there, but I'm curious what he wants to say about.
He's saying that right wingers are the most willing to fight for their country.
Yeah, of course.
And
because that's why you have to have a draft
in a war. But what we're talking about in this situation is, will you go and serve in the armed forces? That is going to be a more right-leaning perspective. And those people, we probably fair to say know the UK pretty well. Those people are concerned about
the military,
the national identity of their country. It's like, why would I fight for a country that doesn't feel like my country?
This is where the big point of division comes for someone like myself. You're Venezuelan originally, like your family came from Venezuela. Your family came from the USSR. You guys are the most British people I've ever encountered.
I have a very British face. You are correct.
Yeah, exactly. You're British to the bone.
Argument.
Yeah.
And yet,
that's a point. Yeah, that's a point for me. They backed away from that. They were like, "Yes, you're right. I am very." He said, "I have a very British face."
That was the Jubilee prompt that we were hoping came together.
Yeah, I don't know why there's no Triggernometry fact check there. Most British people. Yeah, Hasan Piker is correct. We are very British looking.
From countries that were somewhat far away from England, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family lives in Turkey still, with some exceptions. And I would say I'm pretty assimilated to American culture. I grew up being fascinated by American culture. I grew up consuming American pop culture, as do many people all around the world. And what I always find interesting is when people focus on the newcomers, to say that this is actually destroying the social fabric or social cohesion, not realizing that there are a ton of polls conducted on this stuff. I can just speak for America, especially.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, what is happening? Dude, they're about to do gay stuff in the bathroom, chat. They're about to literally kiss one another. They're kissing one another off camera right now.
Oh, like blowback.
Yeah, blowback comes from blowing each other's backs out. Fuck. They just got up at the same time. That's sus, dude.
Well, your house is so large that I just show them where the bathroom
sus, dude. That's sus, brother.
Where by the second generation, assimilation is almost complete, and by the third one, it's like virtually impossible to distinguish in terms of performance, educational output, and job performance in general. It's just like everyone becomes American.
That's not true in the UK, though, unfortunately. So if you look at, for example, Islamist radicalization, second and third generation Muslims are much more radical than first generation.
Yeah.
So we're not. That's the issue that a lot of people in Britain are concerned about. Not everyone's assimilated.
Radicalization.
Like, there's no way to respond to this on like a factual. Like, how do you?
No, I can't. And then they were like, he was just saying like a bunch of shit that I had no idea about, because he was like, here's information that suggested every Muslim man in the UK wants to do Sharia law to every white woman. And I was like, I don't think that's the case. But I admitted, I was like, I don't know if that's the case or not, but that sounds a little crazy to me. It sounds a bit far-fetched.
In the way that the three of us have done.
So here's the interesting point about that. Well, two things I want to address. First, like I said, people assimilate. And they become a part of the normal forces of society. They become a part of the culture, or they bring some aspect of their culture into British culture. You know, they change the cuisine, and people seemingly enjoy it, even if they also simultaneously go attend an EDL rally and then get a little quick curry afterwards, or a little kebab on the side. But beyond that, the reason why people are angry is always going to be because the trains are not running on time, because the NHS is improperly managed due to underfunding. That's what I believe. I think it's always an issue of underfunding, where they're not getting the same services that they once used to, and also things are becoming more and more costly.
Yeah, they brought up Islamic Sharia.
Yeah, heard of it.
To which my retort was, it's not Islamic Sharia or the Muslims that are coming in. It's usually used as like a red herring against diminishing social safety nets.
Well, they're really insistent on the idea that no. Well, actually, the interesting thing is that Islamic radicalization in Britain, they're more radical in the third generation than the first generation.
That's what he said, and I was like, I don't know if that's the case. Like,
it's just like,
but I have no answer to it, because And there's no fact check. There's no fact check underneath. So it must be true.
I thought there was going to be fact checks.
Well, the interesting thing about global warming is that chemtrails are actually a major part of it. Like, how do you argue with that shit?
Thank you.
There's no arguing with it.
I think we're set. I'm set.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I got fucking owned right there. He's no fact check means he's right.
So in that anger, it's much easier for them to be guided by a right wing, guided by the right wing forces to turn around and say, you're angry and you're right to be angry. And the reason why you're angry, the reason why all of these things are happening
not eat on
is
stream,
because
please and thanks. Oh, all right, chatter. Bye-bye, I guess. Fucking idiot. Fucking dumbass. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Stupid ass motherfucker. What are we supposed to do? We're hungry.
we are importing all of these random strangers into the country who don't speak your language, who you are scared by. And that, I think, causes division, and it causes friction that makes it harder for people to integrate. And that is part of the reason why I think, especially in a place like the UK, you see a little bit more of this resilience towards full-blown integration into society.
I also think as well, Hasan, if we're being honest, it's also because we have had such huge amounts of immigration come into the country that people understandably go, this pace of change is too much. And you have to think, let's go back to 2016, which was the Brexit referendum. Now, Brexit was about many things, but really it was about people wanting immigration to be lowered. And that was 9 or 10 years ago. Immigration hasn't been lowered. In fact, it's been ratcheted up. So people are, people voted to lower immigration.
Worse.
And
these motherfuckers were like, we don't want the Polish in the country. Yeah. And then instead they got, I guess, more immigration from non-Polish parts and non-European immigration. Much to consider.
For instance, I voted Remain. People voted Brexit. I'm like, well, that's democracy. We get on. We're going to make the best of it. I do believe that when you ignore people's wishes at the ballot box and people explicitly vote for something and you ignore them for the best part of a decade, that does generate a lot of anger, and understandably so.
Yeah, I think in that same time frame, if there was enough appetite by the government to address the financial harm that people were experiencing, the economic struggles that people were experiencing, there would still be a lot of people who say, I don't want a brown person, I don't want a black person around in my neighborhood, but ultimately those numbers would be far smaller. And that's what I always go back to. I'm a leftist. I believe in economic improvements, and I believe that a lot of the reactionary forces actually take advantage of that instability, the economic volatility that exists, in an effort to shift the attention away to people who have the same exact interests as you and I do. Because ultimately, I don't believe that anyone is coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London. I know you won't agree with me on this.
It's not about whether I agree; it's about whether the facts agree with you.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on.
I think
let me just give you some facts then. If we have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively, we just had 2 in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain, like according to polls. More than half want to ban.
I want to see the data. I need to see the data. Source and description. All right, what's the source?
Ending Christianity's traditional role by removing the church? Do you feel that the implementation of the following in the UK in the next 20 years will be desirable? I have no idea where this is coming from, but... Where is it? It's not in the description.
I was told it was.
They won't say where it's from? Well, regardless, they could have made it up entirely. No. I mean, it's just like all this stuff is Sharia law, general public minus 51%. British Muslims. Wait, what kind of poll segments general public and British Muslims like this? And also, even then,
also it's just not
amongst
true.
British Muslims, it's like, yeah, somewhat desirable or very desirable is at like 17% and 15%. Look up the stat; it's probably some crazy thing.
Well, no, there's neither desirable nor undesirable, and don't know. Which I guess
Yeah, these are some bad Muslims, bro. They don't even want to do fifth column style integration well enough.
I just want to say that even if the Muslims in America want Sharia law, I support them.
Well, it's because, I want it because I'm a Muslim American in America who wants Sharia law. It's true. I'm doing Islamic style taqiyya.
Like, according to polls, more than half want to ban.
I haven't
hold
seen
on.
these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see. More than half want to ban homosexuality, right? So,
yes, baby.
Right-wing bullshit. Ignore.
Yeah, half of all British Muslims think homosexuality should be illegal. Poll finds. It's always funny that like these guys will be like, "This is incompatible." Okay, well, a fuck ton of white people in England also want to ban homosexuality.
Also,
but
I'm
that's
like
compatible because it's white people.
I'm dismissive and skeptical of these findings to begin with because it's a poll number that I don't like, and therefore I always reserve the right to dislike polling numbers that I dislike.
Thank you. Exactly.
But also
It's the old Gore Vidal line.
This article is more than 9 years old. It does feel like a not insignificant thing. Just a thought. If they're going to use it to debunk you or whatever.
So when you say people aren't coming in to introduce an Islamist stuff, well, some of them want to if they're in a position to do so. We have 5 MPs who are effectively elected on a sectarian ticket, like as in we are Muslims, vote for us because you're a Muslim.
Who would you say those MPs are?
The 5 independent MPs. They're called the Gaza MPs or whatever way you want to call them. Right?
Are you talking about like Zara Sultana?
I don't know if she's one of them. I think one of them is called Adnan Hussein. There's 5 of them. We can look them up. We can put them in for people to see. Right. So
the Islamist MP Jeremy Corbyn. Why didn't they mention that to me when I was talking to them?
You're being corrected. You're being debunked.
I would have had a very good laugh about the Islamist Jeremy Corbyn. We're Muslim. Vote for us.
It's like 4 lions. The white Islamist is always the most. He's the head of it all.
Yeah, Johnny Jihad.
Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn, or as I like to call him, Johnny Jihad.
Yeah. Islam.
I think it should be said that the overwhelming majority of British Muslims.
Yeah, jizya, more like jizya, which is the tax that we will implement on the non-believer kuffars.
Let's go.
Don't want Sharia law. But if 33% of them do, you can see why a lot of people who don't want Sharia law might be concerned about that, right?
Sure. I don't know what I haven't seen these polls, and I also don't know what British Muslims or the 33% that are saying they want Sharia law, like what they're talking about.
If you want smart, fearless commentary on the craziest things happening in media, politics, and online culture, you'll love the Brad versus Everyone podcast.
What's this portrait
hosted by Brad Palumbo, an independent journalist who calls it like it is. The podcast covers viral.
That is an on-cinema character if I've ever seen
Brad
one.
Palumbo.
Spotify or wherever you listen.
Kind of World War I.
The counterexample always is, I mean, there's plenty of right-wing forces in the country that also want to ban homosexuality. Or trans people in general, right?
No one wants to ban trans people in Britain. No.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's not what I have seen so far, but maybe I'm wrong on this.
What do you mean?
But I feel like there's a lot of this is a point of contention for you guys as well. But it's like when you want to ban trans people altogether, when you want to remove access to medication for trans people to transition and conform their own gender identity, you don't start off by saying we want to altogether ban trans people. You start off by trying to find the most successful approach that the broadest majority of the masses would be in tune with, would be in agreement with, and then you slowly but surely expand on it.
Wouldn't that be like me saying? Wouldn't that be like me saying, well, you say you want socialism, but actually you're a communist because you just want to edge your way towards communism step by step?
I mean,
that seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort to that would be that while I don't call myself a communist, I don't have an issue with an end goal of communism. I don't think it's like I just think that it's probably not likely to happen, a stateless, moneyless, borderless society. But moving towards that end goal, I don't have any real...
You'd like communism in America?
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe. And it feels especially at this point, it feels far too utopian to achieve. So while I think that the concept in and of itself is not one that I disagree with, and I don't think you would either. Don't you think it would be nicer?
I grew up in a communist country. I very strongly disagree with the concept of communism.
The USSR was, as you know as well, trying to implement communism. They never actually were able to successfully implement communism.
How do you mean?
Well, it wasn't a borderless, moneyless, classless society, right?
That was
it
never
would be
the
like,
goal of communism. It was never to be a borderless, moneyless society.
no, that is what communism is.
Well, that's not how the communists in Russia defined it.
Well,
there was a big debate within communism quite early on.
Am I
which was
wrong
about
on
are we
this?
pursuing a
Lecture coming in.
It's a transitional socialist state. Like, that's the whole point. Just like with China, right?
There were whole Soviet policies that were describing what stage and in what, parts of society had begun to get closer to communism. But then you get the whole thing of capital C communism versus, the idea that, as you're describing, a classless, borderless society. It gets a little muddled. I don't necessarily blame someone who, not this guy, but I don't necessarily blame someone who was living in like Brezhnev era Soviet Union to think like communism did mean what the socioeconomic system they lived in, that was the definition. But if you're supposed to be a debate guy and you want to dance and do semantic arguments like this, then you kind of do have to acknowledge the difference between the utopian or Marxist idea of what a future communist society is and what the Soviet Union actually called themselves and how they thought of communism as an aspirational, the road to communism rather than just what existed.
Here's my counter. Communism is when I want to describe a foreign adversary's failures.
Yeah.
And capitalism is when I want to describe a foreign adversary's successes. How about that?
That works pretty well.
It's called the China dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. China, Genghis, the great, Deng, the great reformer, the Omega capitalist, created capitalism in China, and that's why it's good. But it's also a scary country in the periphery that we must destroy because it's communist.
Their parades are scary and better.
Yeah. Genghis Khan. Yeah.
Global state of communism.
Frost versus Stalin.
Oh,
I'm very familiar.
Right, but for our audience, this might be worth explaining.
Yeah.
Some of them they basically recognize the only way you might ever get to a communist society is if everyone in the world gets it. Otherwise, there will always be a capitalist system to which people would be keen to defect. Or, this is the Stalin option that they ended up going for, is you pursue communism within the realm of one country. And in order to do that, they took the wealth away from people who had it. They tried to distribute it to everybody else. They tried to create a state of equality, uplift the poor, as you were talking about. And actually, if you take those measures alone, they were very successful at it. The only problem is they ended up putting millions of people in camps.
Yeah.
Well, he's no Stephen Kotkin, folks.
In order to do that, creating a tyrannical regime with a secret police that murdered people. And that is the reason communism, in my opinion, doesn't work.
Where there's no tyrannical regime with secret police is good old Chile, where they made their own constitution, by the way, with no fuss, no muss.
Yeah, I mean, also, yes, communism is when the government has secret police.
Yep.
And the more secret police you have, the more communist the government becomes.
Yep.
Which is why America's a communist dictatorship as well.
Well, the thing I'm like thinking about is how, well, for most of the lifetime of the Soviet Union, the guy who is there was a secret police in the United States. It was called the FBI, and the guy who ran it was called J. Edgar Hoover. And even like all the liberals who buried that guy would have said pretty much the same fucking thing. Like that one isn't a particularly persuasive bit of evidence.
Yeah. COINTELPRO, which is how America implemented state communism through our secret police and the assassination of dissidents.
To achieve that goal of equality, and basically you're making everybody equally poor as the end result, you actually have to use a lot of force, right? So that was communism, what we had in the USSR.
Well, the end goal was never successfully achieved in the USSR in terms of establishing what I'm talking about, though. And that's why I'm saying it's important to understand and recognize the failures of this implementation in the aftermath of a socialist revolution and choose not to repeat those mistakes.
So how would you do it differently?
Well, that's the reason why I'm pointed to China. China is run by the Communist Party of China. it bills itself as communist. China is not a communist country. Would you say China is a communist country?
It's a mixed country. It has some elements of communism, but it's also got a lot of capitalism going on.
Yeah,
right?
so it's a mixed market economy, is what you're saying,
Look
right?
at the big brain on
so is the
Brad.
United States of America, if you look at it from that perspective. Because America also has some.
So is a mixed market economy. So is America.
I mean, it is like I mean, there is like a good lesson in that, like, you know, like looking at where it is that our systems like do resemble each other. But I'm like, I got to admit, I am like pretty fascinated by it.
The way his brain works.
Well, I mean, it's like, why have two thoughts when you could only have one? You know.
So what? I'm curious what they said about you after you left. Do you know what
Apparently,
they
there's
said?
a video. Yeah, we'll look at it.
Oh yeah, I do want to see their shit. It was like, well,
they said they were too cordial to me.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, we were blind.
agree.
We were blinded by his handsomeness and the fact that we chose the Chronicles of Riddick as the inspiration for our set.
That's such a great reference.
It has to be blinding.
Yeah, they got the British buff, or not the British buff. They got nerfed as Brits in the sunlight.
With some social safety nets. The UK also has some social safety nets, some state-run enterprises, especially pre-Margaret Thatcher, I would say, versus private enterprises as well. Venezuela at its peak, I think, had more privatization and more private enterprise in its economy than France did, as a matter of fact. I believe there was like a report at around 2012, maybe, where they were talking about how like Venezuela is not socialist. So when these sorts of countries, and you're not wrong, it's a mixture of both, right? It exists. Social safety nets exist. Some extrapolation initiatives exist. Like when you think about Norway, for example, the entirety of the extraction industry in Norway is actually nationalized from the forestry all the way down to the oil and gas industry. But then there's also the private market as well.
This is just embarrassing.
Private enterprise.
Luckily, they don't know anything that I'm talking about.
That is a nice perk.
Hey, that actually is. I forget. You know, maybe that's part of why like people are incentivized to like do podcasts with like, you know, people who like get scared at like reading or whatever, because it is like when you fuck up or whatever, like no one catches it. I mean, we caught that they were like, see source or whatever, and they just like didn't put it in.
A 10-year-old poll from a dubious.
No. Well, I think the Henry Jackson's, but they made sure that the Guardian 9-year-old article was there too.
Right.
No, they have
multiple sources. They own me on that postmortem ownage.
Yeah, well, it's because I think the only way they can get one over on anybody is if the other person died.
That's Triggernometry.
Triggernometry. I would love for them to explain, like ask them like really earnestly. So, how did you come up with the name?
It's brilliant.
It's a fight against woke.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
As far as that goes, I wouldn't say that China is a communist, and neither would you, but it's run by a communist party. And so far, they have seen a pretty successful, pretty robust level of growth and development overall. So they have analyzed the failures of previous communist and socialist formations, and they have responded to it in their own way.
Look at me, promoting Xi Jinping thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, Xi Jinping on governance, copy in hand. You know?
The challenge is, Hasan, when you centralize power and you give practically all the power to the government, what happens with that is you're far more likely to have corruption, you're far more likely to have abuse of power, and inevitably what happens is that the government can't do everything. There are things that are far better.
Yeah, there's no centralization.
That's not happening right now. We don't have centralization in America.
There's no centralization of power or corruption in the United States of America. I'd never really thought about it like that.
I would say this is probably... There's some corruption, but I would say this is probably our least corrupt time right now.
Yeah, there's like actually...
The more we've dismantled the government, I think this is probably our least corrupt moment as a government.
Well,
as a
and
republic.
and we should take it a step further. This is also the least sclerotic power has ever been in America.
Yeah. There's probably less abuse going on and less corruption going on.
Because really what it's about, Brennan?
It's about family.
It's about family. No, it's about efficiency. It's about efficiency. It's about getting things done.
And America is the most efficient country. For sure. Not like the pesky Communist Party of China. It's fucked up.
Yeah, done by private practice than done by state control. So if you
I agree with that. Would you also agree that there are things that are far better done in the hands of the government, or at least with like heavy market regulation and intervention?
I completely agree.
Because like healthcare, I think is a great example of this, where like it's an inelastic demand, good and service, right? If you don't have healthcare, you die. So you will pay whatever price you have to pay for healthcare. And therefore, I think the American system that is the most maximalist, most capitalist, most like free enterprise system has been an abject failure in terms of delivering good results. And what I mean by that is healthcare as a whole is supposed to improve people's living standards and also make sure that everyone is getting the best quality care possible, right? And and in the United States of America, we don't have that. We do have nicer hospitals that resemble hotels as
I'll be
opposed to
honest
like.
with you, it'd be difficult not to have a nicer hospital than the UK, mate.
Yeah, no, but but I understand that. I'm from Turkey. I've seen the Turkish public hospitals, but I would rather try to focus on the diminished quality of service and try to improve that in a socialized system than to altogether limit healthcare at the point of being able to pay for it in the way that we have in the United States of America. And I think this is a major issue with America in general, is that we are so invested in improving our GDP. We're so invested in leaning into the forces of capital that in this sector and in many others, corruption still
I didn't get that
thrives.
far, but
we
I'm
have it in the form of corporate consolidation here in the United States of America.
I think
Because in the absence of any sort of government intervention, trust busting,
It's good.
and heavy regulatory intervention, all corporations end up trying to seize one another and become a force, a monopolistic force, and if not, an oligopoly, right? And many sectors have seen this. And when you become an oligopoly, you can diminish the quality of service that you're offering slowly but surely because there's no market competition that exists any longer.
I noticed that there's a pattern here where I like end up describing stuff.
You're just explaining how stuff works to them. It's fucking crazy.
And they just like kind of keep quiet throughout the process, waiting for their, waiting for an opportune moment to come in and just be like, well, Venezuela.
Well, but
or
you see,
the
thing is,
USSR was
you
communism.
centralize power. Then what you do with the power is you put it all in one place. And if you put everything in one place, right, it's easy to steal. You can steal that power.
Well, that was certainly true in Russia.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, I'm glad this guy who, let's be generous, the guy from the USSR, like, I'm glad he did leave right before the Soviet Union probably fell, and then didn't have to withstand the decade plus of malnourishment and alcoholism and preventable death that racked the country.
Also in the hands of many.
Yes,
one could say that was a successful decentralization of power.
Yes,
one government, many oligarchs,
and people were rid of the horrible burden of a publicly run set of safety nets and guarantees, and it was given to the incredibly efficient Russian oligarchs and their American friends. So I am glad he got out of there before that happened, and like maybe 1 year of Gorbachev socialism.
Tremendous period of liberalization.
I don't know. Maybe that's unfair.
Liberalization.
Maybe that's unfair. Maybe he was there longer.
I'm going to be honest, man. I don't, based on how this guy's talking and his really like.
Maybe he's 50 years old and he's looking really good. I don't know.
And he has. Well, I was just going to say I think that his very evidently advanced understanding of Soviet communism.
No, this guy definitely did not get educated in the USSR because he would be a lot more competent.
Yeah, he would know stuff. I mean, that's the other. I mean, he wouldn't say that like socialism in one country was expropriation or whatever he like described it as.
And the KGB.
All right, and then the other stuff wasn't that.
Two things.
Because there was a debate. They had a debate. There was a big debate.
Yeah, when you do expropriation and secret police, that's socialism.
Well, no, that's
Which
socialism in one country.
America is a socialism in one country.
That was socialism in one country, but there was, yes, correct. But there was this other path that was not taken that he didn't describe or really illuminate at all.
I think there's 0 countries that don't have at least some kind of like land ownership structure at the end of the day that they can implement if need be. Whether it be in America, eminent domain or even property taxes, like there is
we have powers that we use. I mean, the most obvious. I mean, it almost feels trite to point out, but it is worth identifying. Like the pretext in which if something quote unquote has to happen and like politics have to be damned, right? Like you have to move without consulting conventional democratic constituencies. We do it in America under national security premises. Like we have a huge public health crisis, for example. We study pandemic prevention. All of that stuff is routed through the Pentagon. Don Rumsfeld was a major part of how that was formulated in this country. It's not like we do this shit all the fucking time. It's just we fold it under a different rubric that is, I guess, just outside of ideology or whatever.
DPA, like there's another aspect of like using the productive forces under the guidance of like a singular like executive leadership. That's what the fuck DPA looked like. The Defense Production Act. That's what it is. That's what we did during COVID.
It's what we used in the Korean War. I mean, that's the like. Yeah, I mean, it's there's also something to be said for how a lot of the like structures that we would need to or that people would want to resurrect in American life or things like it, like to control inflation, for example. We did have those in America, like the Price Stabilization Bureau, the Wage Stabilization Bureau, which were how we dealt with inflation without just cutting interest rates to the bone, or rate hiking interest rates to the bone. You know, like we had that. It's just that it had to go away. Like obviously, like the large, like the manufacturers and big capital, like did not want these things around, and they didn't want these bureaucracies managing this stuff.
But that's much better because centralization was eradicated.
The Dr. Pepper Zero is better than the diet, in my opinion. Yeah, I was expecting the. Sorry, I'm not trying to throw us off. I'm surprised how much the Zero is kind of tastier.
I'll have to
So
reconsider.
I guess the way I look at it is in terms of corruption, you're right. There is a tendency, if the government is all powerful, even though the governments are always all powerful, there is a tendency in more centralized governance that if someone wants to be a ruthless autocrat, they can do so. And the people don't always have the capacity to rise up against that. But I would say that in the United States of America, for example, we also experience a similar dynamic. We just don't see it in the same way because it's not the most direct form of authoritarianism, where a lot of people think, well, as long as I can eat a Big Mac, you know, as long as I can watch TV, as long as I can consume porn and you know, gamble on the unregulated crypto currency market or gamble my modest income away, what remains after I give the rest to my landlord, then you know things are probably fine. And I think we dull our sensibilities in that regard. And I think it's a different form, it's a different mechanism of control that makes you think that you are actually an active participant in this.
I mean, I think that's quite a stretch, Hasan, with all respect, because the difference between, I mean, we talked about some societies that have attempted to pursue communism, China, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, etc. Right? The difference between those countries is not that they can't eat a Big Mac. The difference is that if they criticize the government, in Russia today even, but of course in the Soviet Union previously, you're going to get killed. Right?
You
In
just
America,
said
that's not
in
what
Russia
happens.
today, which
Right?
is not
in
a
America,
communist government.
You don't get
We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hassan,
You
to be
wanna
fair,
unspool
you've
that
got
a
you're
little
a
bit
very
more?
successful.
It's not about,
You in
not
China.
about the one.
They're
I like
getting
how
rowdy. They're
this-
getting rowdy.
They're also like now at the part of the interview where it looks like you're on a fucking flight deck. I'm sorry, I'm fascinated by this staging.
So where was this? That you were
In
being
the
interviewed?
hills somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Cielo Drive.
They rented out like a
So were
nice.
these, I thought they lived together here at this place and just kind of
No,
hung
no,
out.
this
and-
is. They live in the UK, I think.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's clearly why they will end their daywalkers.
Yeah, well,
Barely.
I like them.
Get killed. Right? In America, that's not what happens. Right? In America,
Until
you don't get.
we don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hassan, to be fair, you're a very successful.
with you.
You in China
I
in the Soviet
know-
Union
I
would be
know
killed
everything
if
they're
you were
gonna say.
critical
Like
of that
about
regime.
I would definitely need you.
About 10 seconds before it hits.
Yeah, no, and my point is like, my overarching broader point about like free speech in America is that it's like it's only afforded to the domineering hegemonic superpower. And at times, as I described previously, in times of war, for example, there is no free speech. But these guys like refuse to recognize that. I'm like, that's why I say we'll see, because that's being threatened already. As America is losing its influence around the globe, you're seeing how it reacts. Like, yeah, say something about Israel. See how much they like it. See how well you do. Except these guys apparently had a favorable interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. I did not know that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're like super fucking. They're apparently super pro-Israel.
Is that true? These two?
Yeah.
These
Really?
guys? No.
No, I'm actually not being sarcastic
this far into it, I think I've pegged that they
because
probably.
I saw Finkelstein on their show, which made me think, oh, they're kind of like a right skeptic, type of vibe.
Yeah, like they're giving him space.
Yeah, holding space.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between these countries and America. It's not a Big Mac, it's freedom.
No, so
That's
I
what
love that you brought
Finkelstein
that
said to
up
them.
because I agree with that. I'm from Turkey, a country that has never had the First Amendment or freedom of speech. And ironically enough, the current regime, the person in charge of the current regime, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was jailed in the past for a poem that he wrote for incitement, right? He read a poem about Atatürk, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and he was jailed. And now he's one of the most ruthless.
By the way, that's the worst Erdogan photo I've ever seen in my entire life.
He looks like the pillow guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, why do they also it's not recent. Like he's like I understand.
No. I'm because I brought up the poem that he read.
Oh,
in
at
the
that
past
situation
when he got arrested, and that's from that. So this is actually a timely.
So then good for them.
Yeah. This is complimentary information. They're right.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
They're right,
and
and
he
that
was
they
jailed,
looked at the thing
now
you said correctly.
Yes.
That was a big win.
Yeah.
That's
respect to them.
Yeah.
He's one of the most ruthless jailers of the press in the country.
Right.
Now, so I come from that background. I can't go back to Turkey, for example,
Right.
For these reasons. I've written about Turkey extensively, and let's just say the administration is not super fond of me and my perspective. Having said that, that is the reason why I want the First Amendment to remain in the United States of America, even though, as I brought up earlier, there have been instances throughout American history where the First Amendment has been actively violated or threatened. There are still contemporary examples of violations of the First Amendment. One example I will use is the anti-boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws that exist in the United States of America. Famously was Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace, who actively called it out. Two prominent Jewish politicians.
I'm trying to centrist myself.
No, you're building bridges. I get it.
I'm centrist masking. I said rest in peace, Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah.
In the country, these are laws directly written by AIPAC. That dictate that if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to ensure that you never protest against the state of Israel. It's ridiculous, right? And it's a direct violation of the First Amendment. So there are encroachment. There is encroachment towards the First Amendment.
That will always happen because people will always contest it. But
keep talking, Mr.
But it'll always happen.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Let's just get, but America is still free speech. America free speech.
The point I'm making to you is when you compare China and the Soviet Union and Venezuela to America, that is not an accurate comparison.
It's not an accurate comparison, but if you recall earlier, I just said, I'm worried that we here in the United States of America are now moving in that direction in terms of social repression, in terms of political repression. And this is something that I very much fear. And I think the entry point to this is usually around Israel and what people decry as anti-Semitism, but that's not where it's going to end. If you look at the Trump administration's active
I'm also
administration is
always curious if these guys feel like, well, China's of course a mixed economy, is many capitalist mechanisms. Okay, so if that's the case, and China's developing more, and it is producing wealth at the scale that it is.
Why can't we do more China?
Well, not only why can't we do more China, but a question that mirrors that is, don't then they believe that China won't actually be a one-party state forever and will relax its political structures as it's relaxing its economic structures as well. If these two things, as they tell us, are to be intertwined, hopelessly intertwined, then you would expect there to be a reason to have faith that there is some kind of socialistic version of China where they relax the more strict and authoritarian controls over certain things because of the development that's happening and some of the market mechanisms that are existing, even if it's under a socialist mixed economy.
No,
but they never say that.
Yeah, well, that's because, remember, if China is doing something good, that's capitalism. If China is doing something bad, that's communism.
Yeah.
And therefore, China is both in a state of capitalism and communism at the same time.
It's Schrodinger's economy. State, whatever.
That's just how it works. And America is also a mixed market economy with some socialization, with a much lower degree of socialization. But America is good because it's capitalism.
Because honestly, I don't know if I would argue this necessarily personally, but I would argue that as China becomes, as the United States wanes and China is a more secure global leader, it is arguable, maybe you could go the other way, but it is arguable that
liberalization
that it will let go of some of the more extreme versions of control over the
I think so too.
I mean, it also already has,
just as we did.
I was going to say, like, it's also like there are certain restrictions that have intensified in the last number of years, there are also like others that have loosened, and I think like it seems extremely clear. I mean, Hasan and I have talked about this a lot, that like the degree to which Chinese culture is now coming outward and leaving China and coming into the, I mean, like Labubu is sort of the obvious, most recent, like, sort of commercialized version of it. But I mean, the kind of cultural exchange that is conducive to that openness is taking place more and more.
Yeah. Can we stop glazing China, Lamau? You already cashed the checks. Damn, Hasan getting a little chunky. Can we stop glazing China Lamau? This is the most like parasocial stalker shit that you have to deal with as one of the downsides of Twitch streaming.
This is why he had us on those to make
like
him look less
hashtag pray
chunky.
for Kaya. I swear Hasan fans need to go blind and deaf to cope at this point. Hasan, any wrongdoing challenge, impossible. Like, think about how much this guy has tuned in since August 26, 2022, specifically to talk shit, like non-fucking stop.
I always think of Jesse Farrar, what your Kickstarter sucks.
Yeah, YCast, Jesse.
He's always, his line is like, if you're watching every episode of like Hawk Tua Lady or Hasan or whatever, and you think you're whatever, putting them in their place. No, you're a fan. If you watch every episode or every broadcast of something, whatever you're telling yourself, you are a fan. That's what fans do.
Like, look, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd
You're a
be in a bad
demented
mood
fan.
too if I was on a day 13 of a trip that flopped keg W. Like, this dude obsessively tunes in every single time. That's the new talking point after you yelled at that one chatter about your weight. A bunch of first timers are coming in talking about your weight. I know. You wish you look like this, chatter. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. Sorry. Sorry to hear that from the guy that you despise, but I think you probably wouldn't be behaving in the way that you're doing online if you looked chunky like I do. Your mother seems to like this extra cushion for the pushing. All right. Yeah, I know. They went from oh, you wouldn't have any audiences if you weren't hot to like, actually, we've decided that you're fat now. We've actually decided, okay, well,
the new meta
I
is
still
that you're
retain the
fat.
same audience, so I guess it was my brilliance that got people in here, from the start, and not my devilish good looks.
Oh, wait,
now talk about devilish good looks.
Yeah, well, so this is where they talk about how actually we wish we went harder on him.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me hear what else he had to say here, because I haven't seen this at all. Other than
yesterday, my
participating
friend
in
Kat
it.
Abugzaleh, who used to be a reporter who's now running in Illinois for Congress, was indicted. She was indicted because she participated in the protest against ICE outside of an ICE facility. And there are videos of her getting slammed to the ground in the concrete with this militarized, masked federal police force, right? Not only they beat her up, which was already ridiculous to begin with, but then they also chose to indict her. There are examples of students writing for their student newspaper. And
the CPC endorsed someone else today? What do you mean? Are you talking about how they endorsed me? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, they retweet the Chinese embassy Twitter account retweeted Hasan's interview.
Yeah, with the eyes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah,
that
and then it's Liu Pengyu, the spokesperson of Chinese embassy in the U.S., tweeted out my interview with CGTN, and then the Chinese embassy hit that. I'm trying to get a 10-year visa, man. Give me a 10-year visa.
We got to get in on this kind of
thing.
I
know.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and then Laura Loomer came out and was like, the Chinese embassy in the U.S., which openly supports CCP, is promoting Hasan Piker. By the way,
Wait, the embassy supports the Chinese Communist Party?
yeah, dude, that's the
That's
best
fucked
part.
up.
That's the best part. The Chinese embassy in the U.S., which openly supports CCP.
I've been following the embassy for a long time. I consider myself a fan. I had no idea that they
I will be
actually-
withdrawing my endorsement of the Chinese embassy in the U.S. now that
is
I know.
fucked.
Oh wait, this is what I wondered about. What is the red-green access?
Dude, I think
what
it's
is green?
Islamic
Islamic
communism. Islamogoshism.
Yeah. I remember when we started Blowback, there were people who, Chapo, didn't like us or me. And they said, there was one guy who was particularly angry and he called it a red brown fashcast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
I know exactly. It wasn't a guy. It was a lady.
Oh, well, I mean, there might have been multiple
I think
people.
it was the anarchists that were mad.
Oh, I'm sure that was.
Oh, that was Gwen. What's her? We don't have to say her full name, but no, I remember that one.
I think that
it was a guy that was talking to me. I went back and forth, but maybe there was marching orders. In
it's
the
cool. It's cool that
Anarchist
like
International.
that throughout my career, I've had so many people be like, Hasan is betraying the MLs. Like, he's not real. He's not a real Marxist. He's a fucking liberal, whatever. And then all of those people slowly but surely have become like MAGA communists,
yes,
or just become like MAGA, because that's like the.
Well, it's
the
boring
higher...
to have the same opinion for like more than 6 months. You got to shake it up.
Yeah, but they all were like, "Oh, Hasan is actually like fake. He's phony." My position's never changed, but those people's positions changed. So what does that say about them?
Yeah. It's like the religious, the people who are like hopelessly, zealot, who are hopeless zealots for religion. That, you're Ross Douthat. Well, Ross Douthat interviewed you, so I'll be nice to him. But
Yeah.
like you're,
no, you don't have to be.
what's the guy? Rod.
Oh, Rod Dreher.
Like he's been like he may be Baha'i right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I love
he's
guys like that. Though.
Orthodox,
The people who are like, I was a
Catholic.
Maoist
Do you
when I
see
was
a photo of him?
13.
Yeah.
You see the photo of him going around today?
I don't know if I want to.
No, he took he's like, I just had the most
having oysters
amazing
again?
conversation
Okay.
with Nick Cave. And so they
Nick
posed
Cave?
Yeah, they posed for a photo together.
I like Nick Cave, but he's a little goofy when it comes
Yeah.
to maybe exactly this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, sorry.
Getting kidnapped and thrown into a immigrant detention facility, whether it be Mahmoud Khalil, who still has an ongoing legal case for being a student activist, a student protester, and having a green card while doing it.
We have the same thing in our country in different ways. I hear you. Sorry, the reason I'm interrupting you is we've moved sideways from the topic. So remember where we started this conversation, right? So just to address your point.
The repression didn't start in China by everybody being like, all right, it's over, we're throwing you in jail. It builds up to it, is what I mean. And it's entirely dependent on the starting point. Because if you were looking at China, if you're looking at the Chinese Civil War, post-World War II, 30 million Chinese people have been slaughtered ruthlessly by the Japanese imperialists. Like, that's a very different material.
They got you.
That's a very different set of
30,
material
20
circumstance.
to 20 million.
Most historical estimates place Chinese deaths in World War II at 10 to 20 million. These figures are used by the U.S. National, the World War II Museum, and the Cambridge History of China, amongst other credible sources. Yeah, I got it wrong. I said 30 million. It was
China
actually
is a
10
land
to
of
20.
contrasts, Hasan.
Yeah, it was at 10 to 20 million. My bad. My mistake.
For the end of that
there?
civil war and to develop governance.
Fine.
Similar to
I'm
the
just trying to bring you back to the central argument, the central discussion we're having. Francis made the point that when the government is in a position to be authoritarian, where it seems to inevitably end up in every communist country in the history of the world, right? That is a situation which inevitably then leads to levels of repression of the kind that you will not see in America for 100 years. I take your point about individual protesters or individual people who've made statements.
What about the point about Turkey or
Russia
or
Russia now?
All the other examples that whatever.
Or the fact that, like, the point I'm trying to make is that you get to have some semblance of like social libertarianism when you're the domineering force around the planet. That's the argument that I'm making. And as America's like power is waning at the global stage, then yeah, it's slowly but surely turning into a more repressive force in that regard. And it has throughout history as well. When its power was contested, they refused to reckon with that and instead keep saying, well, Chinese governance makes it easier to do repression.
I mean,
while simultaneously getting mad whenever I talk about, like, well, there are forms of repression that are evolving.
You're getting far away from the discussion, Hasan. The actual point of the conversation was something else entirely.
You always run the risk of the glass house. We're all aware. We all do this. Okay, we're all in media. But seriously, there are some shows where you really you're not encumbered. You're actually helped by having a pea brain. And I think this is one of those shows where you repeat the bromides and you just kind of keep talking about, as if it's a sign of profundity rather than, the opposite, that you don't have to take your listeners very far. They want you to wrap everything back around to the same place every single time. And you make your guest kind of, miserable in the process, and they enjoy that. I mean, I think that seems like this kind of show.
The main point of contention here is that I'm moving further and further away from a manageable position that he wants to develop, which is that China is bad. Yes. And in a unique bad way, as opposed to the United States of America, which is good. When America does bad things, they were trying to do good, but they ended up failing. When China's doing bad things, it is deliberate.
Correct.
The same dynamic that exists in communism killed 100 quintillion people due to famines at a time when famines were commonplace due to a sequence of like mistakes, mismanagement,
and which
all
also
this
occurred
stuff.
under the British Empire to an even higher degree.
But also that was good,
right?
Okay,
because it developed India.
And number two, the current global capitalist order that creates 14 million people, 14 million deaths a year at a time of surplus and abundance of food supply. That's actually due to the individual failures of people not picking themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Obviously, a skill issue.
Could I get in on a toothpick?
Yeah. There you go.
statements about a highly controversial issue today. We have the same thing in our country where people are being sent to prison for tweets that they've done, right? Left and right. We've got Palestine Action on the left. We've got right-wing people criticizing immigration. So I agree with you. The direction of travel in the West in terms of freedom of expression is not good. And I've made that point in my book and elsewhere. But that is not the same as what the point we're trying to make, which is the system of government you are open to, based on our discussion today at least, inevitably leads to authoritarianism, which inevitably leads to repression on a scale that a Western country won't imagine. Isn't that's the reason that a lot of people are very worried about people like you who say they're open to communism. We all know smartphones are...
That's the PBD model.
Yeah.
Like this video?
Case with the ARP phone.
Here, I'll try to put a nice button on it, okay? The reason why the United States of America and countries that are under the security apparatus, the global security umbrella of the United States of America, have had much more success with liberal democracy as opposed to all these other countries that are not under the immediate security umbrella is because it's been the domineering force around the globe, especially after the end of the Cold War, but even during the Cold War, it was a dominant force on the planet. Sure. When you are the dominant force, you get to have these freedoms. Your people get to have these freedoms. Your people get to say whatever they want because they're not a threat, right? I would be more of a threat in the respective nation that I'm in if they don't have that same level of security. And that is the reason why I'm very fearful, because as America's power on the global stage is waning, we are going to see more direct authoritarianism coming from Western nations as liberalism decays, as it did in the 20s and the 30s. And what came after that was a wave of fascism. Now, fascism at that time was seen as a revolutionary thing. It was seen as a new thing. In many instances, fascists were actually fashioning themselves as though they were like a different kind of socialist, even though they were mostly killing socialists and had their beef with socialists. And then they were able to align with liberals eventually and become the domineering authoritarian forces. And I think you guys wouldn't disagree with me that, like, you know, Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance where there was unimaginable repression. My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads.
Why?
If left unaddressed, because capitalism is always going to deteriorate. It's slowly going to improve material conditions as opposed to feudalism. It's a far better system, for sure. It's far better than monarchies, right? I agree. But there will come a point where it outlives its usefulness, and those who own the capital, the owners of capital, will have to make a decision. There's too much instability. There's too much chaos. We need to restore order. And if they can't do that through liberal democracy, at least historically, especially when there is a counterbalance, revolutionary socialism out there that they are genuinely fearful of, work stoppages happening all around, and the flows of capital being disrupted, and profit margins are threatened, they end up finding fascism to be that domineering force that restores the law and order, so that people are still working in the factories, and any kind of dissent is.
How much did China pay out? $17 billion. It was so sick.
They paid for lunch.
Yeah. China didn't pay for shit. I paid China, bitch. I wish. Anytime people go, like, so how did this come about? Like, did you, was this like government sponsored? I'm like, I wish it was government sponsored.
Can I ask you a question about this? You know, you're a public facing guy. You give these interviews, you know, even if it's sort of guys who you later find out are goofy, or maybe you know before you go in. This is very patient to me. Like, I could not have the same conversation over and over. They're coming back. What I'm saying is that this government will ultimately lead to authoritarian. Like, he says this every question, every time. You get it in the first question. You don't need 45 more minutes of it. At least I don't. Do you feel tried or tested? Do you try to find a way to, like, I don't know, make it interesting for yourself, or
no,
what?
Because this chat has conditioned me into constantly repeating myself without getting, because like these
That's
guys,
what everyone's saying. It's really funny.
Chat trained him. No, it's autism. No, but it is literally because like these guys are endlessly forgiving in comparison to the average anonymous chatter that comes in here to be like, I have identified that these are your weakness points after watching you for approximately 2,500 hours over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to try to exploit that by coming into the chat and trying to push your buttons over and over again, while simultaneously making it seem as though I'm actually coming from a place of like constructive criticism. So I've seen like the worst of the worst, where I will still turn around, take a deep breath, and try to explain to all of those people how they're wrong or whatever, So this conversation is pleasant in comparison to that.
I gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
I just can't
directly
have
and indirectly suppressed.
Can't have
And I
it.
fear that is where we're moving in the United States of America as America's global superpower status is threatened by the rise of China.
So your thesis is that as country, if a different country was dominant, was a global hegemon, they would have more freedom for their citizens.
Yeah.
So you think the Chinese Communist Party would allow criticism of them if they were the dominant country in the world?
I think with respect to where they were in terms of like, I mean, the most maximalist position is the Cultural Revolution, right? Like if you look at the Cultural Revolution versus where China is now in terms of dissent, it's in comparison to the United States of America, yes, there's still heavy control over that sort of stuff. There's a lot of surveillance. Having said that, it has become far more tolerant as material conditions have improved. And that's my main thesis is that countries...
Do you think that's a decent way to analyze the situation? Saying that like, even like the Chinese form of, Chinese governance has actually become much less aggressive and much less heavy-handed in many instances over the course of the last couple of decades, especially.
Well, and also like where it's gotten most touchy is like directly tied to the geopolitical competition that our country is currently engaged with their country. And that's like one of the, like, I think it's directly related to your point about material conditions improving and that laying the foundations for, you know, an improvement in public, in like, you know, loosened controls and discourse. Like, I would also say that, yeah, the other piece of it is lessening the stakes of like world competition, and not making it this like existential, this existential issue. It would absolutely also help free that space up.
You're a massive liberal, Hasan. You don't explain shit when you have to deal with actual leftists. You start to get heated to gaslight viewers that take meaningful logical extension of what you advocate through your aesthetics. Yes. This is a revolutionary.
Absolutely. I don't even, that's word salad to me, but I'm just going to.
No. This
absolutely.
is 100% a guy who's like, his name is Jakob's greatest soldier. So it's like, most likely a fan of Bad Empanada, who is the real Maoist.
Right.
The one true Maoist in the chat. This sarcasm is your coping mechanism. Yes, you are right. You have thoroughly destroyed my worldview. You and the 8 friends that you have actually created the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary vanguard. You are ready for an armed takeover of the American government. You are going to literally walk in to the nearest military base right now with your AR-15s and overtake it. And I know you're going to do that. And you know, Godspeed, soldier. The straw man is crazy. Okay. I guess you're a pussy then. That's what it seems like to me.
This is why we release a show with 10 episodes per year. Yeah, where there's no comment
There's
section.
no like literally.
At least that's why I will never open it up beyond that personally.
Yeah, you can be a leftist without giving your ass to the Democrats, but what if they throw dick around so good? Have you thought about that? I like that you said the straw man is crazy, and then you turned around and did an ad hominem. Ad hominem. What's your argument? Ad hominem. Anyway. I was going to say I gave up on constructive criticism after your third racist outburst, but somebody else built me to being hyperbolic. This is also the other reason why being a leftist is the most annoying thing on the fucking planet, especially in this medium. Because there's always critique to be had.
Is Enfant Door mean child of Jimmy Dore?
Yeah.
Door kid.
Yeah.
That's what that translates to.
Jimmy Dore's child.
Yeah. A secret Cold War project.
Regardless of their individual forms of governance, as long as they are advancing the material needs of the broadest subsect of the masses, will and become like a domineering force on their own and have full sovereignty and full autonomy, they will inevitably become more tolerant to this kind of freedom, because this is the most successful way, I think, of making sure that the masses feel satisfied. Civil liberties is the most successful way that I think neoliberalism has become a hegemonic power beyond the endless militarism and whatnot. I think that is the reason why people feel the way that they do in the United States of America, in spite of all of the alarm bells that are ringing about how economic devastation is imminent, seemingly, or there's so much poverty and so much instability, and people still go, well, at least I got some freedoms, right? As opposed to not having those freedoms elsewhere. So that's my main thesis, is that if they improve material conditions, they have to inevitably allow more civil liberties, more social liberties.
So it's interesting what you've been saying about America and that, it's losing its power on the global stage. That is then reflected in more and more, shall we say, imbalanced chaos in the actual society itself. And we've kind of seen that in a way with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, with Luigi Mangione. I found some of your comments really interesting about Luigi, and I'd love to talk to you about them. So you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, push back on me if I'm wrong, that you think that he's innocent and unfairly maligned.
The rest of this entire part is just me being like, yeah, like innocent until proven guilty. It's a joke, all this stuff. And he's like, well, explain the joke. What do you mean by the joke? And it's like, it's probably the least productive back and forth of all time. Whenever you go, explain the joke. And then you have to sit there and explain what a joke is. It's like, okay, good luck.
I think you come to that position, if I'm correct.
Well, I mean, that's a meme for the most part. But,
okay.
But
what does it mean? It's a meme.
Yeah, look, what does that mean? What do you mean? It's a meme.
Some people don't think he did it. I mean, they could have that. They could talk about that, I guess.
What is this? By the way, your Kirk debate is still scheduled. That's one person waiting. Scheduled for September 25th, 2025.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant to log out of that.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
Think he's...
Also, what is that photo of you?
We're gonna get rated really rated in literal terms.
No, dude. Have you seen the Kirkification? It's a completely out of control.
So wait, what's the situation?
Everyone's making fun of Charlie Kirk now.
So that just didn't stand up, I guess.
No, not even a little bit.
And because also, like, even the right wing base likes to make fun. Actually, they are the people who mainly make fun of it.
The Fuentes guys. Right?
Yeah.
The Groypers went crazy over it. But also, I think it was like so heavy-handed and so fake. Like the way that the government tried to operate around it, that people immediately were like,
they tried to ban a talk show. Like, it's just such a dumb.
Maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm pre-Bidening myself and saying I shouldn't say that. I'm going to keep that one to myself.
It's this guy waiting. When was the last time you even publicly debated anyone? You even canceled one because of them dying. Should do it out of irony. Wait, what?
Oh, I see what that's kind of a funny take.
Yeah. He doesn't debate. He just yells, cries, and blames Israel for everything, including his own abuse of his dog. I know Muslims find dogs dirty, but why even adopt if you're Hasan? Gonna abuse it? Insanity. Why do they always get like weirdly racialized with their fucking commentary?
I can't imagine why.
It's a mystery to me. It's tough to say.
Yeah, 23 follower, one following guy. Yuck foo. Definitely a real guy. Like every pro-Israel account will be like, oh, this guy blames Israel for everything. Tuned in from Tel Aviv, Unit 8200, with like 7,000 different bots. Anyway, yeah, the rest of it is just like
I mean, it looks
Luigi Mangione,
but this is their thoughts.
This is where they come clean about the real thoughts on Hasan Piker.
Down with Hasan Piker. Now, it was early in the trip, so we weren't able, I think, because we hadn't spent as much time communicating with him, we did not go as hard at him.
Mm-hmm. What?
What's the look on the guy in the?
John Oliver.
I know, but it's like it's like a split screen. Okay, I was because the effect was a little.
It does look like he's.
Thank you.
Like, I got you. I got you.
It looks a little funny.
Like he's distracted by something tasty in the corner.
Exactly. Like it just looks, but it's like, oh.
You were supposed to trigger him.
You were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
As we did with Dave, and I wish, in many ways, Hasan came after Dave because I think we probably would have handled that in a more robust way. But still, we had an interesting conversation in which he basically he didn't say the words, I'm a communist, but he's currently in China celebrating being given Mao's little red book. And he did say in our interview, I don't have a problem being called a communist or something like that.
Okay.
I don't understand why these guys think that, like...
So did they catch you or not?
Saying I'm a communist is like a scary thing. Like, is that really a thing in America? If you say you're a communist, people go, whoa, chill.
I don't know this ecosystem.
I also don't understand it because...
And they're not American.
I also don't understand it because it's like, first of all, in America, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist.
Yeah.
And secondly, why are you making this distinction between socialism and communism where, like, you're fine with it almost feels like they're fine with someone saying they're a socialist, but they're like, communism is the same as, like, basically being a fascist. Right? Like...
This is where I check out.
Yeah, same. This is.
I am trying to understand it, but like I don't know.
This is like. I mean, I think part of it is that They had this conversation with you. There was no dramatic arc to the conversation. You essentially explained, you unburdened your political positions to them, etc. But like then they, I guess, like didn't feel like, I guess they need to come up with an explanation for why it wasn't them owning you. And this is what they've alighted
And they
upon.
kind of wanted to make it seem like they caught you, or they kind of wrung it out of you that you're secretly a communist, even though they also said that you're currently publicly broadcasting from China.
Also, like you volunteer, like you, it's
which
like
they also said was a mixed economy and not a communist society. So I don't really know what they think they're doing. But
none of that makes sense.
No.
It doesn't. I don't understand it.
So that was pretty intense. And then
that happened.
Did you bet $4,000 on a horse, Hasan? No. 1,000 Hong Kong dollars is what I bet, which I don't know what it comes to US dollars, but I won 4,000 US dollars in the process.
You did make money from
dear, oh dear, oh dear. We went to San Francisco.
I did. Well, Hong Kong, two systems, one country, two systems. Yeah. So technically, it was Hong Kong where I made the money.
Yeah.
Go. And we recorded a very, very
That
good
fires
conversation with Owen McCabe, who runs one of their companies
okay, so
there.
that's it. There's nothing else.
Okay.
They just said like, oh, we should have gone harder on
should have
Hasan,
gone
but
harder,
we didn't.
but it was early in the trip. We were jet lagged, and we were also recording the interview on the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
To mention, but we interviewed Hasan
Because our
Piker.
location
right?
scout,
He basically
is
says in the
blind.
episode, he doesn't say it in terms, but he's like,
Equal opportunity
I sort
employer,
of say, well, people call you a communist, isn't that? And he's like, yeah, I've got no problem. Like, when we interviewed him, we pushed back on stuff he said, because communism is a horrific ideology. And we talked.
Not really.
He's really going for it.
What is this memory of this Did we?
That's what I mean. This is why I kind of thought, oh, these guys are going to be like skeptic right wingers who are really just focused on the debate aspect. Like they want to do the kind of back and forth exchange marketplace of ideas. Because the way they're talking about communism, a horrific ideology, and all that. I mean, I'm sure people still feel this way, but it feels very 1994. You know.
Also,
what I mean?
what the fuck are they recording? Dad's study? Like,
Okay, this is a much less bright environment, though. To
I
be
mean,
fair.
I agree. No, I mean,
it's better lit. It's a better lit environment.
It's better lit, and it has like every reference book ever invented. Like
Well, it's also funny because it's on their side of the room.
Yeah,
like
his
they
side
have all
is
the
devoted
knowledge. they could walk over to any one of those books and recite it, or not even have to open it. And then the poor guest is just.
Yeah, well, you actually pull one of the books back and it swivels.
Yeah,
and then you've been triggered.
Well, they about our family's experiences and whatever. So my point is, comparing him to a kind of soft socialist who says, you know, we shouldn't cancel comedians, we should focus on healthcare.
No, but he's not a soft
socialist. So, okay, we're learning the distinctions that they've made. They're saying soft socialism is canceling comedians, whereas I'm a hard communist because I don't know. I guess I want a mixed market economy of China.
It's such a weird little project, you know, to just have to keep making these little distinctions and repeat them.
But it's
what does Dave Smith have to say?
But
I'm curious what another person
what a human
does when they hear this.
Wait, hold on. He said no, he's not a soft socialist.
I don't know who this
soft
is.
Socialist.
Dave Smith is like comedian Dave Smith. I guess all of these guys are technically comedian.
Wait,
comedian.
What?
Yeah. That's
They're
what they were saying. These
comedians?
guys are apparently comedians.
That's real alt comedy.
I think
Sorry,
this is about
what?
I think this is about platforming Nick Fuentes. Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
So my point is, comparing him to a kind of soft socialist who says, you know, we shouldn't cancel comedians, we should focus on healthcare.
No, but he's not a soft socialist. I mean, he's a hardcore, like, I would consider him a communist. He literally argues that private businesses should be abolished and that it should all be, you know, every business should be run democratically.
But does he
like
admire
that.
Stalin? Does he said what we need
No,
is
no, no.
Stalin policies
Probably
in
not.
America?
Probably not, to
So
be fair.
that's the difference,
Okay,
right?
fair enough.
Wow. I'm a hard communist that does not admire Stalin. I mean, there's things that were admirable about Stalin, like what he did with the Nazis. I think that was pretty good. You know,
won a war.
Yeah, that was pretty admirable.
Great book, Stalin's Wars by Jeffrey Roberts.
Yeah.
Listen, you might disagree with Trotsky, but you can still admire all the goyim he slaughtered. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The what is it? 100 million Christian whites in Russia.
or whatever the fuck people say.
Those are the glory years.
Yeah, Lev Bronstein got one over on you guys, fucking losers.
Yeah. Then you end up in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Yeah, that's not so fun.
Yeah.
You can fall from grace.
Not so nice.
Not so good. Trotsky used to be a very, very good, brave general, but now he's
fallen out of favor.
The Fourth International is not looking so good. Let's just say that. They used to say very nasty things about me, not so much anymore, though.
Many people are using his writing to create formative anti-communist text in the Western world.
Social chauvinism, been saying it for a very long time, actually.
He died like a dog.
Trotsky died. He was a big fat mess. Trotsky was a big fat mess.
Oh, I did a pro Maoist Trump impression when I was in China. This is similar.
I bet that was a hit.
Yeah, the longest march, good march, great general.
There's never been a longer one, folks. People keep saying there's never been a longer march.
Died like a dog in Mexico.
Never
Trotsky.
cared for Lin Biao.
Yeah, you could go places with that.
Yeah, no, Maoist Trump is great.
I think Mao would have been deeply entertained by Trump meeting
I mean,
Trump.
JD Pandon is still one of my favorite pet names for him.
Mao would make a joke like that. He'd be like, "Oh, you're doing it for us."
Yes, yeah.
You're doing it for us.
Yes, yeah.
There's already a Chinese Trump, yeah, but he doesn't do like the Maoist Trump. You know, he just does like regular. He does a great Trump impersonation. Oh, is this the TikTok? Mao, great guy, very powerful, very tall too. Didn't know how tall he was. Did you guys know how tall Mao Zedong was?
He was tall. Yeah, he was tall.
Yeah, I had no fucking idea until I saw his recreation at the Madame Tussauds. I didn't get to see the mausoleum, unfortunately. It was closed because 1.4 billion Chinese who dreamed to see the flag raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square was there in the morning.
Yeah.
Like very early. So didn't get to see it. I wouldn't expect it, but he was very tall. Very tall guy. Didn't like the birds. Don't quite get that part, but let me tell you, okay? The longest march, they're saying, I can't walk like that, but Mao, he was walking quite a bit, and he unified the country. Mao.
I do like that Trump when he's like talks about like, I'm not so skinny anymore. I'm not skinny.
Yeah.
He's
you
getting
wouldn't
very
want
confessional.
you wouldn't want to see my legs.
Very confessional these days.
Yeah, well, you also saw the outfit that he wore outside talking to the press. He had like a scarf on. It was weird.
A scarf?
Yeah, or like a red, like it was a thing. It was a whole thing, man. It was strange.
I can't actually. No, I can't picture it.
He's like becoming, more like the old gay man he was meant to be right before our very eyes.
Sure.
So this is it. This is what we got. It seems.
What a journey.
I've got no
road
problem
it's
with
been.
communism, Hasan Piker.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Do you think that if you were in the Batman library that they were in the other interview?
I think it would have been better.
Do you think it would have gone a little bit
they
better?
would have owned me harder, I think.
Well, because the brain waves getting in touch with the books behind them would have started to absorb even more kind of facts to spit at you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it was better you were in the Total Recall surface of Mars.
Yeah. No, I was able to take advantage of their inexperience in the sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
What do the comments on the video say? Oh, just fucking.
Oh, they're awesome. They're like they're really
These
good.
are people who
People who like
said this under a photo of me. Like this
people
is not,
who like communism are usually the ones who never lived under it. This was like listening to a child try to explain why Santa is 100% real. He calls Trump a fascist, but think China is a role model. What a moron. This guy is so detached from reality. He thinks a new iPhone costs $500.
Guy profits from capitalism. Guy complains about capitalism. Guy profits from more capitalism. Repeat.
Damn.
Rich boy promoting communism. He's the biggest grifter around.
Oh boy, I'll try not to listen to this whole thing without slamming my head into my desk.
Oh boy.
I really enjoyed this. I really enjoy this one. It seems that Constantine and Francis gently and politely put a noose around Hasan's neck, invited him to stand on a trapdoor and said, just pull that lever when you're ready. And he did.
Yeah, this posted from the United Kingdom.
From the fridge to the TV, Kai will be free. I have a special loathing for people who advocate for policies that lead to terrible consequences for everyone but
It's
themselves.
a special loathing. Nobody else has that loathing.
Yeah. Also, like,
The
what does
last
that even
honorable
fucking
man.
mean? If I'm rich and I'm advocating for communism, like, how am I surviving this?
Oh, I love this one. As a Norwegian, it makes me vomit when Americans say Scandinavian countries are socialist. We are capitalist economies with social security policies.
That's pretty much
not
what everyone
socialism.
said in the video.
But literally what, just
Yeah.
surprised.
Glad you had on Piker. Surprised at how uninformed he is and all the subjects he's engaging. His empathy is juvenile. His ignorance is unforgivable.
Unforgivable.
That he gets my attention, that he gets any attention at all is confounding.
Well, be mad at your boys then. They had him on.
Yeah. I wasn't shocked one bit when I found out Cenk Uygur was his uncle. It actually made so much sense. Can't believe I'm about to watch an hour and a half worth of Hasan. I feel dirty already. I find it astounding he can speak so much yet say so little.
A Muslim communist, I wonder what the end goal is here.
Hasan, fascism bad. 2 seconds later, China is an example to follow.
South African.
It's Elon.
Yeah. There's one comment. I like how none of you commenters want to talk about the most pressing issues. Healthcare, for example. Hasan makes a powerful argument that these jokers can't deal with.
That's right, Noah 123
Yeah,
or
only
whatever.
one fucking guy. The famous Islamist Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, someone else
You
saw
got a
that.
couple other.
Yeah, now it's
fans.
starting to get to the base.
Yeah. Hates capitalism in America, refuses to leave, insults old Asian lady who fled communism in America, demands she go back. I have no idea what this
I
is.
didn't get that. I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I
Time
don't know.
code.
I don't know what this is in reference to, but I suspect once again it has nothing to do with the video and everything to do with whatever they have just like a lot of these are fucking talking points, right?
Yeah.
Yeonmi Park. Oh, they're referencing Yeonmi Park.
The North Korean lady?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, she's old.
She's an old. Did they say old lady?
Yeah, I don't think she's an old lady.
That may not be who they're talking
That
about.
can't be Yomi Park. No, no. The clip is about some South Vietnamese lady who is pro-Trump.
Who gives a shit?
Old clip about old lady from
Who gives a
Vietnam.
shit?
There was a wait. What is it? There was a Korean California Republican rep too.
Damn, you pissed off a lot of old Asian women. It sounds
Yeah,
like
it
you got
seems
some.
like- it seems
Lucy,
like
you
it.
got some splaining to do.
Yeah. What's your journey? What's been your journey through life? My rich daddy paid for everything. Then my rich uncle Cenk gave me a job. Now I'm here with you. It's true. Well, I did start the interview by saying I'm a nepotism.
Yeah, you kind
recipient.
of like it's that one is a little bit hard when you like are pretty like you're explicitly saying that, not like
Yeah.
hiding
Also,
it.
I financially take care of my dad, and I've been independent since 2020. At
Did
this
anyone
point.
else notice the way he diverts every time he gets cornered? They ask about immigration, he starts talking about trans issues. They ask about Kirk, and he diverts to national security. Totally disingenuous as
Oh,
always.
you saying Charlie Kirk's death was not a matter of
Wait,
national
sorry, hold
security?
on. Wait. Totally disingenuous as always from Palpatine.
Look at the normal commentary chiming in.
Oh, Prime subscriber.
You're a fucking loser, you fucking piece of shit, and you have friends today. Lamau, fucking losers too. Fuck you, Hasan. I like to.
They're a subscriber.
No.
Yeah, well, isn't that what
If
the
it
blue
finds that-
crown means?
No, that just means that they have Prime, but they haven't used it here. I don't think. Usually, like people that say this stuff, I like to think that I'm saving their life by responding to them because otherwise they literally have a gun in their mouth while they're typing with one hand. You know what I mean? And they're like, if he notices me, I'm not gonna pull the trigger. So I notice them on purpose so that I extend.
Yeah.
It's a 5-head move. I'm extending their torment and suffering on God's green earth for at least like another week.
I always thought it was really impressive that somebody could put a gun in their mouth and post on the internet at the same time.
Yeah, well, this guy's doing it. Tell us how it's done. Haha, fucking loser, keep tagging me. Tag me, tag me, tag me. Suck Hasan's dick more. Slurp up Hasan's dick. You're
Who
definitely
are they talking to?
I think
Us?
to all of us.
Yeah.
No, everyone here knows this guy is the cool one for doing this.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks you're fucking awesome.
It's the well-adjusted behavior.
Yeah. No, everyone always looks at a guy with like a anonymous account on the internet, typing that stuff out in all caps and goes, that's the fucking guy that I want to date.
God, I wish that were me.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, really. I'm like, fuck, man. I hate the position that I'm in. I hate the position that you guys are in. You could be like him right now.
I feel like shit
Yeah.
after seeing that.
Yeah, that guy has a robust social life.
I'm gonna find out what it feels like to
Yeah.
be on the internet and hold a gun in my mouth now because I have no other choice.
Yeah. You're socializing the chaos in their life to extend it. Yeah, no, it's good. Anyway, most attention in his life he's ever gotten. Oh, I wanted to talk to you guys about this. Zohran Mamdani did an interview with the Majority Report earlier this morning. And it's where he talked about the Hakeem Jeffries stuff
and why he said don't vote for Chi.
Keep giving this rich fucking douchebag your money. HasanAbi, you're a fucking loser, but congrats on making people stupid and giving you money. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. I maintain my editorial independence with your subscriptions. I don't run any ads. And you can subscribe to support the show for $8 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Thank you.
Give us money too, by the way. I agree with everything this
Blowback
chatter
podcast.
said.
Blowback.
Floor is my God. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I love giving you money.
If you like that kind of thing, blowback.show.
Blowback.show.
If you're into that.
Saporis, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ian, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Clyde Inside. About to pull a Clyde Inside for the additional revenue that reminded me to do a call to action for subscriptions. They're completely voluntary.
So
I'll keep postponing it until you quit deflecting and continue to support liberal candidates. See, everyone, once I respond to one chirper, all of the other like insane chirpers will just keep spamming, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's the opportunity now." Now he's reading my dumbass comments, and they just start writing all the stupid shit. Anyway, let's continue.
And even in the conversation around, the question of primary challenges, and much of this I would say is typically private within DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly. I went to the endorsement forum that was considering whether or not to endorse C in that primary challenge, and what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement? And the decision that I made, and the one that I shared with other members that night as they were considering how to participate in that democratic process, is to maximize every chance we have to fulfill the promises we made door after door, call after call, with many New Yorkers who had otherwise lost faith in politics years ago, so that we can tell them that success isn't just measured in the election we've already had, but also in our fulfillment of the agenda at the heart of that election.
Well,
and
yes.
I think that this...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Well, no, and I was just going to say that I don't ever presume that everyone will come to the same conclusion as me. I don't think that dissent or critique is something that I'm above in sharing these decisions, but they do come from this as my framework, and I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with people.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way? And I would imagine that was motivating you and what you said to DSA. And
do you believe it?
Believe what?
Is it valid?
What
are your takes on it?
I don't get into this stuff.
Oh,
DSA,
you're anti-electoralist.
No, I just mean I don't talk about. I don't know if anyone needs my opinion on intra-DSA conflict.
You're the real revolutionary.
No, I don't think anyone cares, or I don't even care about my opinion on this kind of thing. That's me. I have some friends who heard him speak at the DSA thing.
What do they think?
And I think that, people are turning this into like, oh, he doesn't want, this is what I've heard, is like, people are viewing it as he like doesn't want Jeffries gone or whatever. And it seemed to be more about like, does DSA commit the resources to this one race in which they're going to be likely outspent many times over, or do they use their resources differently? I mean, Jeffries is popular in his, in his capacity as an elected official.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, that's that seems to be the debate, as opposed to like Zohran thinks Jeffries is doing a good job or whatever. and shouldn't be kicked out.
I mean, and I would also emphasize too that like I like Chi, and like I think people should primary. Like I think like should Hakeem Jeffries be primaried, and should people like be constantly levying like challenges against the Democratic Party leadership? My answer is yes. I also like I get the DSA argument. I also think in like Zohran's case, he has like a particular needle to thread with like, you know, there's a world where next year Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House. And he's like not easily, if like almost certainly not possibly dislodged in a primary process at this moment. And if Zohran wants to do stuff and he's like trying to also court Hochul and do this like deliver stuff, you know, a deliver agenda in the next year, then again, like I see that argument.
Could you go up a little bit to someone who was just, they responded. It's a red chatter, a little bit up. There you go. Yeah, I'm just want to read it.
Brandon, I read the Socialist Majority Caucus argument against endorsing USA and thought it was bad. I read Groundwork Caucus' rebuttal, and I agree with their assessment.
I don't care. I don't care. This is what I said. I don't know anything about this stuff.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I hesitate to weigh in on like this, like the shit. Like I said this yesterday. Like I understand the arguments, and that's like kind of as far as I feel like I can go.
I just think that no matter what, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be a significant hurdle against Zohran Mamdani's agenda, and anyone that thinks that that is not going to be the case is wrong. And I think that primarying, or at least trying to primary every candidate, no matter how powerful they are within the Democratic Party infrastructure, is a good thing ultimately. Because at worst, I don't think you're going to cut away at the momentum of like the left flank candidacies in general, but you will end up forcing people to at least concede to some left framing on issues out of fear that they might lose their seat. How genuine they will be on following through on those promises is a whole different story.
Yeah.
But my position always was like, I don't think Zohran Mamdani should have come out instantly and been like, don't do this, and then petitioned against it.
That's why I think that
rather than just like keeping quiet and seeing whichever way the winds blow, and then seeing if it's like seeing if this would have been a successful candidacy or not.
This is part of why like his pitch about the DSA thing, like it makes sense in terms of like limited capacity. But I think the thing that like the part of his logic that he himself seems to believe is relevant would be the piece of it about you know, that it would be damaging to his ability to get things done, because I think that's the only like straight up and immediate reason for why he even got ahead of Chi throwing his hat in the race. And, you know, that's the piece of logic that I like, you know, perhaps understand the least, and is also like essentially a politician doing a trust me bet to his left flank. And that's, you know, naturally a pretty uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess it's insurgency versus more diplomatic approach. Wait, what? No, there is no diplomatic approach with these guys. There is no, they will never actually reward you for that. That's what I think. You know, no matter
agree that
what.
like Jeffries is only going to do like whatever is like part of this agenda if he's like forced or pushed into it. It's like
there is literally a reason why he had he conceded at the very last moment in terms of like endorsing Zohran Mamdani, and he did it so quietly and in this like sheepish way that pissed off every single person. DSA has been in your chat for days calling Chi a Yimby opportunist. Yeah, I know. I keep hearing that. I don't really care about that stuff.
Don't care.
Don't care about that.
My platform has won out.
Yeah. No,
I mean, it is like, it's just like, oh, like here's all this like shit that I don't care about.
I mean, I'm not trying to be glib. I really don't like, and what I was summarizing before, that's what I was hearing from other people about the position that Mamdani took in the meeting. That's, I don't really have any kind of read on it.
I also think like it does behoove people. Like it's similar to, it reminded me a little bit of like, and this may seem like a little bit goofy of a comparison, but like in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, everybody had a fucking opinion, and like facts were not in yet, and there just wasn't a lot of stuff that was known yet, and like the dude's not even been in the office yet. And I get that like it's of course like there are actual actions to respond here to, like Zohran lobbying against Chi throwing his hat in the race, but there is to me like a degree to which the volume and intensity of the discussion online about this stuff just does not match up with the fact that, again, he's not in power yet.
I can feel myself rolling my eyes at myself for saying this, because it sounds so like I'm getting old.
Yeah.
Before my time. But even with the Mamdani Trump meeting, Like everyone kind of came out and they were like, Mamdani walked him like a dog, and then other people were like, oh, he's a fascist now or whatever. I mean, I just kind of don't think a ton is established yet just because the meeting happened. You know, you can have a take, I guess, but I'm more curious about what happens now that this is something that is, you know, a public event that occurred, and what they'll actually do and how they'll, you know, do this dance with each other.
You're missing, as Jakob's greatest soldier is spitting game right
Okay.
now.
Oh, he gone.
A Vanguard party. I want to see how many times I could get us on the deflate. Clearly, he gives up running defense for his favorite Democrat personalities when he's confronted by someone that questions his aesthetics. A Vanguard party is probably not the
very
best.
nice.
Aesthetics.
A
is the word of
Vanguard
the day
party is
here.
probably not the best for the United States at the current moment.
Okay.
There's a severe lack of class consciousness among the working class. Agreed.
Sure.
And that must be cultivated before it can be meaningfully organized. Agreed. Recognizing that and the revisionist nature of existing American socialist parties, the Greens are a good alternative that isn't explicitly capitalist like the Democratic Party.
Sure.
He wants to funnel the revolutionary sentiment in the direction of Greens.
Yeah.
Awesome.
As
That's
the
what I was trying to
viable-
say earlier.
Yeah. there is not effect in letting a capitalist party co-opt the very meager amount of radical sentiment that is
Meager.
existing.
Meager, that's a good word for
Yeah.
for this particular point of view.
Is in non-existent. Please do better than copy your favorite personalized behavior when met with meaningful criticism. There are multiple leftists that have criticized him in the chat. I am not the only one, and I do not think I'm more deserving of this attention. I just want him to be at least drop the radical aesthetics if he wants to be a
drop the
Democrat.
radical aesthetics so you can
What are
support
the
the Green
radical-
Party.
Yeah, what are the radical
But the
aesthetics?
Green Party, you know, the font of American political radicals.
But
the Green Party.
what are the radical aesthetics I have? Like, what do you mean? You are calling me a lib. There are plenty of Marxist-Leninists out there with hammer and sickle in their fucking Twitter bios that also call me a lib. You claim to be a socialist. Okay, there's socialists of many different varying flavors, okay? Maybe I'm the liberal kind. I mean, that's it, okay? There you go. You're calling me a liberal anyway. Am I a radical? Am I danger?
I could never do this.
No, you would like fucking die. You would get bored. I think you would like.
I'm not bored being here with you. I'm just bored of
these.
I do not
these
claim the
types of
Greens to be
people.
a radical party. I claim that it is non-capitalist party that may be an effective tool. Okay.
Oh, got it.
Well,
Roger.
that fires out, folks.
Yeah.
Maybe an effective tool. Good.
Yeah.
We'll evaluate the size of the school bus we can fit into that maybe.
I love that at least he's attempting to offer an alternative, which immediately shows.
I mean, that's a lot fucking better than like the people who are just that like, oh, well,
People who
actually, what I want you to do, Mr.
Listen
Amerifat,
closely.
is listen closely. Lay down on the road in front of a bus and die. Like,
Yeah, no, this is the very rare moment where someone will actually present their alternative, and it then shows how silly the alternative actually looks like as well. In most circumstances, people basically will say, I'm adopting radical aesthetics, but simultaneously they themselves are like, they have no demands whatsoever. Their demand is just do not participate in electoralism, no matter what you do.
16. I'm just confused by the 69th International thing. If that's a pivot to a joke,
I think it's a little joke.
I just don't think you should support the Dems to placate people. I don't support the Democrats to placate people. I support running left flank candidates in the Democratic Party because of the thing that you also admitted right here, where there is no like self-described socialism that amounts to any significant movement in this country. And as long as there is a viable electoral mechanism that gets the word out there, it's one attempt. I don't think it's the most successful attempt, but it's just one that we have at our disposal. This is where the masses are. So you have to go where the masses are. If the masses are self-described liberals that consider themselves to be in the Democratic Party orientation of liberalism, you have to go to where they're at and work amongst them. Work within the confines of their understanding. It is what it is. That's it. It's not to say that like the Democratic Party is magically going to no longer be like a bourgeois liberal party that defends capitalism. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I look to the successes of Bernie Sanders' failed primary run in 2016 in terms of like creating more self-identifying socialists. And I want to replicate that to the best of my ability. That's it. I'm pretty open about that. If that's going to be ultimately successful, who knows? It's just what my methods are. You might disagree with them, but in the absence of any viable alternative, you know, that's what we got. Anyway.
The Ross Barkan article that in New York Mag that a few people have linked to is worth reading. Zohran was Ross Barkan's campaign manager when Ross Barkan ran for elected office. And well, it's like a good, I believe that Ross Barkan's account of Zohran's logic is probably like an accurate representation of what Team Zohran is thinking, whether you agree with it or not. So I think it's worth reading that article to get the straight dope there.
Yeah. I thought the Triggernometry Brits called you a communist, which is it? I'm anything and everything at the same time. As mayor-elect, one of Zohran Mamdani's first acts was to squelch an insurgent leftist political campaign. If this, like Mamdani's chummy meeting with Donald Trump, was obviously jarring, it carried a certain logic. He had been open about the fact that he did not want Chiose, a popular leftist 27-year-old city council member, to undertake a primary challenge against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries next year. To make his point subtly, he had disinvited Ose from his victory party. Then, to make it more bluntly, he showed up at a meeting of the Democratic Socialists of America and told everybody not to endorse Ose. Ultimately, DSA listened to its mayor. Why has Mamdani been acting this way? Why does he seem to be forsaking another young leftist who is attempting in some form to do exactly what Mamdani just did? Shock the world by defeating a heavily favored creature of the Democratic establishment. And it is because he's worried about, having the wind of socialism knocked out of its sails before it actually takes root.
And Barkan makes the specific comparison or the specific link that that like essentially Hochul does not want Jeffries primaried, and that there is a certain amount of placating her specifically that is a part of like trying to get pieces of his agenda through.
But I that's the major tactical decision that I vehemently disagree with, because the DSA is inevitably going to endorse a challenger to Kathy Hochul, at which point Zohran is going to do what? Well, that's my governor. She's offering me funds, so I have to defend her. Or is he going to go for, is he going to go for the kill shot? And even with that kill shot, I think like a primary challenger for Kathy Hochul will keep her more pliant with Zohran Mamdani's agenda anyway, in an effort to ensure that she does not get challenged. I mean, you're seeing that already with her going back and forth on whether or not she will turn around and add an additional tax to the super wealthy in New York City, right? Something only she can do at New York State, right?
I mean, I agree. Like, I think it's to me, this is part of why I don't like weighing in, because it's just like the facts are that like he's making a bet. I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I don't like Kathy Hochul. I'm also not the mayor. I don't have to be in the position. Like to me, it's a bet. It's a hard one to swallow, and I'm not sure I would, but that's the logic.
Yeah, my point is, downside is easy. Hochul and Jeffries are close allies. Zohran needs Hochul to get childcare and free buses done. That's politics. I just don't think that she's going to do that. Whether Zohran,
a lot of people I respect agree with you on that. That Hochul is not trustworthy. That she will not bow to pressure in the end, and that a lot of this is like a bit of a delay game, so that she can essentially buy time and goodwill before she can essentially play the same role.
Yeah,
I mean,
think these guys only respond to pressure. Like, they respond to either a fear that they will be unseated, or they get unseated, and you put a person in power that will do the job.
And in the case of Hochul, there's also like a lot of anxiety about the fact that, okay, the last time we had this centrist Democratic governor who, and there was like a wellspring of, support for progressive policies, that governor, in concert with the Independent Democratic Caucus, a special group within the New York State legislature that helped block anything good in concert with Cuomo for years, like, there was this centrist governor who was like the fly in the ointment. And so I think it just comes down to Zohran says, this is how you preempt that. You win flies, I guess, with honey, suppose, but I don't know, or whatever the fucking metaphor is. Point though,
honey.
Yeah, I think so. It's
my contribution.
Yeah. I just don't.
And with vinegar.
And then with vinegar, that was the polarity I couldn't figure out there. Look, I'm skeptical that Hochul will bend, in our direction on this.
Yeah.
And I like Xi.
And two, does that mean that you're ruling out supporting primary challenges broadly throughout the city?
No, that I've made no sweeping decision on something at like a larger level as that. And to your first question, I think often about what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power of example. And that example is not of just winning the election. That's the example of delivering a rent freeze, of fast and free buses, of universal childcare, because those are things you can hold on to. Those are things that you can actually feel and see in your life. And so much of politics is this game of translation where a politician says something and then you have to jump through 10 hoops to understand how it relates to you, or if you're eligible, or if you hit the threshold. And these are not things that require that kind of a translation. These are things that are direct to our lives. And I think that it's, I remember when I was running for assembly, a friend of mine, Karen McCurdy, who's an incredible photographer who works on our campaign, I gave her the palm card that we had just designed with Anish, who actually created the logo for this mayoral campaign. And I thought it was the best palm card we'd ever made. And she looked at it and she said, "What do these words mean?" And we were just using a language that speaks only to a very specific set of people. And I think it just comes back to that you need to speak directly to people, you need to speak about policies that are also direct to their lives, and it all needs to be without translation. And so to me, once we succeed in the fulfillment of any part of this agenda, it becomes an example of why New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
I don't want...
And
please give bro a better mic. Yeah, I mean, it's leftist audio. It's leftist video, leftist audio. It's dog shit. That's how you know it's real. Net agreement with socialism, 18 to 24 plus 31%, 25 to 44 plus 22%. That's actually crazy numbers, I think. 25 to 44.
Sorry, -3, only -3 for 45 to 64. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Democrats with a plus 28%. Republicans at only -6%. Republicans are more favorable towards socialism than independence?
It's all generational in this country, man. It's also so fucking segmented by age. It's so insane.
What the fuck?
No, it's not agree.
Yeah, no, but the point is that, like, if Republicans only are like -6% on it, like that's fucking nuts. But you see how it's like at the where it gets like the disapproval of socialism appears is like in the it's just age.
Yeah,
like these fucking old heads.
Yeah, ACP was right. MAGA communism is real.
Communism is, well, I think it's because socialism, I mean, look, this just gets to like how in America and in most Western countries, elections come down to new thing or old choice. And socialism has the benefit of being like a perpetual thing on the horizon in American politics, never an actual existing part of our fabric or establishment. So to me, it's like, yeah, like a lot of people of younger generations probably hear like socialism and it's presented as simple as an alternative, and maybe they can find a way to like, whip it or warp it into somehow being a conservative thing, or patriotic socialism, as some tried.
Socialism is commonly defined as a social and economic system that calls for public rather than private ownership or control of property and natural resources. Generally speaking, do you agree or disagree with the principles of socialism? 42% of Americans polled say they agree. 39% of Americans polled say disagree. I mean, this isn't happening because like there's people who are being organized at the assembly line or finding themselves in the throes of like Marxist-Leninist text. This is happening because people look around and they're like, this shit sucks.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, it sucks so bad, I'm willing to fucking take a shot in the dark at this like scary other version of governance that I've been told my whole life is bad and wrong. But because I do not trust the current people in power so much that maybe they were lying to me about this other thing being scary. That's how desperate people are getting. And the worse things get for people, the more welcoming they will be towards this other alternative.
Well, especially as things seem to get better and better in the parts of the world, or at least seem like they things seem stable in the parts of the world that do have this kind of self-declared kind of political, administration.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's one additional cycle of like taking a shot in the dark at another reactionary force for these guys to snap out of it completely. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think that they're there. I think you can't. But it is. But there is like, it's definitely. I mean, there's certainly a lot. I mean, I think it's. To me, it's of a piece with how like so many of the MSNBC crowd are like at this stage, and certainly we're not 4 years ago, but definitely, or 5 years ago, but definitely are now like ready to see like the Supreme Court like essentially be abolished.
Oh, the BDBD chatters are keep the account running long term. You can even bring up gaming. Update more. Love to watch. These are my Chinese chatters on the Chinese social media app.
They want to see you game, dude.
Yeah.
The Chinese people demand to see Hasan Piker game.
Yeah, that's true.
They need to see those Marvel rival skills.
Anyway, all right. Well, I don't want to keep you guys any further.
I'm
I feel
catching
like
a car in a couple minutes.
Yeah, you're like
yeah.
You're getting squeamish in your seat. I see it. You're like, oh fuck, this guy.
I'm only getting squeamish because I have to catch the car.
I'm slutting you out. I'm slutting you out big time.
This was fun. It's to actually be in the palace.
I cannot believe how close this is. Do you agree with the principles of socialism?
Republican voters.
Republican voters, yes.
What's the firm though? What's this polling firm?
TIP?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Maybe they're saying yeah, but a national one.
Right. I mean, you got to get a little.
Yeah, national socialism.
Socialism for whom?
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of socialism in one country, how about socialism for one ethnic group?
Yes. It has been brought up before. I'm gonna hit it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you later.
Yeah. I'll walk out with you for a second.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Good.
Thank you,
good to be
King.
here.
Don't forget your jacket.
Oh yeah. Thanks, chat. Sorry I don't weigh in on all the spicy topics.
No, he's apologizing if you can't hear him for not weighing in on the spicy DSA intra-party argumentation. Because Brandon is an anti-electoralist. That's why he wouldn't say it, but he's the one true revolutionary. Will you only game for the Chinese? Why is the lighting so romantic now? It is what it is. But hey, shouts out to the Blowback Podcast, Noel Colwyn and Brendan James. That was awesome that they came over and participated in this exciting moment. Bro fucking hates this chat. Yeah, that's what happens when like a relatively normal person who is who's like at the very least used to a degree of separation from unfiltered, unvarnished thoughts of every anonymous account on the internet in even like the most leftist space. That's what happens when they encounter a unpredictable and dynamic environment such as this one. Okay? Yes, this is mentally taxing. A lot of you don't realize that as a collective, sometimes you have the capacity to be unbearable, and first and foremost to your closest allies. It is what it is. I'm used to it, but make no mistake. I love what I do, but chat doesn't make it easy. You know? That's because you don't game enough and force this chat to be normal. I know I will be gaming in a second. Ryan Grimm found 18,000 additional emails, which is pretty sick on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Yes, we have access to another 18,000 emails. We'll be rolling stories out on them. We're also uploading them and others from court filings and elsewhere to Gmail. Have to redact names of victims and photos and such before making them public, he says. You are the one highlighting haters, mate. Oh yeah, no, it's my fault. You were right. I never thought about it like that. Thank you. You see, it is not the chatters that are writing in the chat. It is actually the streamer that keeps highlighting the annoying chatters, myself included. I'm excited for your GILF era when you're grayed out in 6 years. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly but surely. I am graying out.
Oh.
Here, can you move this?
Yeah.
Put this on top. After Brendan broke it. Yeah. You're also a chatter? That's true. Who do you drag at the public square? Exactly. This is how it's supposed to be. Blind Boy Pod in Ireland. I don't know who they are, but sure. Hey, Hasan, I think you're doing great. Won't read this? No.
I read this story. It's really crazy. I'm going to leave, guys. It's the stream now. You get Hasan.
Yeah.
Solo.
Uninterrupted. No disruptions. Noah Colwyn, Brendan James, Blowback Podcast. What do you want to promote before you leave?
Blowback.show, season 6 of Blowback. It's available all now. Just go to blowback.show, sign up, pay $25. You get the whole thing now. We will start releasing the series on the free feed on a week-by-week basis eventually. But for now, if you want to listen to the new season about Angola, the Cuban intervention in Africa, and the fight to end apartheid, go to blowback.show. 10 episodes, 10 bonus episodes. It's a wonderful program. And that's what I got.
Yeah.
Alrighty. See you later.
Bye, Noah.